the Vice Chancellor of 𝗠𝗏𝗷 University Lahore and the Chief Organizer of this conference to join us on stage. We also welcome Mr. 𝗵𝗷 Commissioner of Security Market Division, SECP Pakistan, to join us. And finally, we request Professor Dr. 𝗠𝗶H𝗵𝗷 𝗨𝗵𝐴𝐺, the conference chair and Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, 𝗠𝗏𝗷 University Lahore, to join us on stage. We will start Sheikh Khalili Ahmed Al-Khalili to join us on stage, the chief guest of this conference.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الذين يأكلون الربا لا يقومون إلا كما يقوم الذي يتخبطه الشيطان من المس. ذلك بأنهم قالوا إنما البيع مثل الربا وأحل الله البيع وحرم الربا. الذين يأكلون الربا لا يقومون إلا كما يقوم الذي يتخبطه الشيطان من المس. ذلك بأنهم قالوا إنما البيع مثل الربا وأحل الله البيع وأحل الله البيع وحرم الربا. وأحل الله البيع وحرم الربا. فمن جاءه موعظة من ربه فانتهى فمن جاءه موعظة من ربه فانتهى فله ما سلف وأمره إلى الله ومن عاد فأولئك أصحاب النار هم فيها خالدون يمحق الله الربا ويربي الصدقات والله لا يحب كل كفار أثيم صدق الله العظيم.
Jazakumullahu khairan. The audience, I request everyone to rise for the national anthem of Islamic Republic of Pakistan. You may take your seats now, please. I would like to invite the worthy Vice Chancellor of Minhaj University Lahore, Dr. 𝗠𝗶H𝗵𝗵 𝗨𝗵 to open the conference with a welcome note to all attendees and to our honorable guests and speakers.
𝗠𝗶𝗵𝗵 𝗨𝗵. Worthy Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, Professor Dr. 𝗠𝗵𝗵 𝗨𝗵, keynote speakers, paper presenters, respected panelists, guests of honors, professional bankers, worthy deans, head of the departments, faculty members, dear students, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Minhaj University Lahore, I welcome you all at the 6th World Islamic Economics and Finance Conference 2023. You are thoroughly familiar with the venue. Your familiarity is not the result of marketing and the advertisement, but the webinars, seminars, and the conferences that Minhaj University Lahore regularly holds on a yearly basis. Today's conference is also a part of our efforts to strengthen the intellectual domain and enlighten ourselves and those who believe in innovations. The 6th World Islamic Economics and Finance Conference theme is the development of Islamic financial system in light of global challenges, inclusion, social impact, and sustainable finance. I will not go into the details how this conference will add. However, This conference will add to our knowledge and what benefits we can accrue that our speakers, panelists, and participating researchers which will educate us concerning each aspect of the main and the sub-themes. Instead, I will note a couple of incidents from the recent history. In fact, the debate started in 2018 January when Minhaj University Lahore set on a quest, a revolutionary quest, to bring leading economists, bankers, financiers, executives, businessmen, legislators, and researchers on one platform. The goal was to solve long outstanding economics problems in Pakistan and rest of the Islamic world. The conference devised a strategy to address the financial crisis resulting from poverty, unemployment, social and economic imbalances, conflicts, and trade barriers based on Sharia-compliant solutions. 𝗍𝐿 Professor Dr. Muhammad Tahir al-Qadri made the most important scholarly contribution in this area. He presented a new area and a new idea of 𝗍𝐿 based on a new and forward-thinking concept to bring together different schools of thoughts and support the global Islamic economic finance. In 2019, at the second Islamic Economics and Finance Conference, Professor Dr. 𝗠𝗶H𝗵𝗵 presented a paper on Islamic ethics and marketing, which were one of the most critical ideas presented at that conference. As we move to 2020, we wanted to provide a top platform for people from different fields of life about strengthening people and society while using recent developments and innovation as a tool for the Islamic economic system. We also started digging a little deeper to use the techniques of 𝗍𝐿 Professor Dr. Tahir al-Qadri to solve the problems in Islamic economics, banking, and finance worldwide, and especially in Pakistan. Pandemic crisis, digitalization, and the social responsibility, an emerging role of Islamic economics and finance was the theme of the fourth conference, which was held in this university. During that event, we used our intellectual strength to focus on the general agreement that Islamic banking and finance industry should be more concerned with moral and social issues than the traditional system. Also, a big part of the central theme was how best to use governance, new products, and their mechanism to provide stability and trust. The fifth World Islamic Banking and Finance Conference was another courageous step towards strengthening Islamic traditions in the realm of banking. The theme of that episode was re-evaluating the Islamic finance in post-pandemic era, social finance, digitalization, and ESG goals. The world economics had to change after the global financial crisis of 2008. That is when Islamic economics, banking, and finance became desirable to invest for profit because the returns were good and the risks were low. It grew further and very faster than 10% in a few years compared with traditional financial system. After implementing the Islamic banking and finance system in Pakistan, economy just multiplied manifold. In this regard, 𝗍𝐿 teachings represent a turning point in global economic history, which helped to overcome religious differences, reduce tension between different ethnic groups, and close the gap between the upper, middle, and the lower middle classes. Without these things, the global economy will be weaker. Let us work together in Islamic economics led by we will see the start of economic security and prosperity when we act with integrity. As I sum up my thoughts, I'm sure that this conference is a reinforcement that will lead to more conversations, more responses, and ideas that will make people to think. We must work to hand over the future of our men, women, and children in good hands. In the end, I would like to thank all the members of the organizing committees, sponsors, volunteer students, staff, and the conference organizers. Without their help, conference would not have been possible. Now, as a Vice Chancellor Minhaj University Lahore, I declare the 6th World Islamic Economics and Finance Conference 2023 officially open. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to request Dr. 𝗠𝗶H𝗵𝗷, the conference convener and the registrar of Minhaj University Lahore, to kindly introduce the conference and run us through the proceedings planned in the next 2 days of this event.
Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. Thank you, Ms. Samreen. Dear colleagues, guests and participants, this 6th conference is being organized by School of Islamic Economics, Banking and Finance and International Center for Research in Islamic Economics at Minhaj University Lahore. Being the conference convener, my responsibility to introduce you people with the conference proceedings. The contemporary Islamic finance industry started with the setup of the first Islamic commercial bank in 1970s. The industry has witnessed a tremendous growth in the various global markets since its emergence. As according to the IMF, Islamic finance industry has become systematically important part in 14 different jurisdictions. At the same time, the Federal Shariat Court of Pakistan has ordered the elimination of riba from the economy. So, it is the time to shape the future of this important industry by devising a strategy to achieve resilience and sustainability considering the present challenges. At the same time, regulations, Sharia governance frameworks, the inclusion of the Code of Ethics, digitalization, fintech, and product structuring are major developments taking place in the Islamic finance industry. In view of the above agenda, the university, Minhaj University Lahore, is organizing this 6th World Islamic Economics and Finance Conference on a very important theme, development of Islamic financial system in light of the global challenges, inclusion, social impact, and sustainable finance. Notwithstanding the current continuous discussion and conversations that are taking place among the academicians, this conference aims to discuss issues, challenges, and future roadmap for Islamic economics and finance. Let me share with you the program agenda of this conference. In this conference, we have 10 keynote speeches, 4 panel discussions, 4 concurrent sessions in these 2 days, in which 20 papers will be presented. The conference will start the keynote speech of Mr. 𝗠𝗶H𝗵𝗷 from Security and Exchange Commission of Pakistan. We have another keynote speech in this opening session that would be delivered by Mr. Umar Mustafa Ansari, Secretary General AFI, Bahrain. Will remain in this marquee to listen to a very important panel discussion on the topic of harnessing principles of Islamic economics and finance to tackle global challenges. There will be question and answer session after the panel discussions. This panel discussion, the first one, will be followed by the Zuhr prayer and lunch, which will be another opportunity and source for people to meet and discuss the questions that would be raised during the keynote speeches and the panel discussions. After lunch, we'll have the third keynote speech of day 1, which will be delivered by Professor Dr. Munzir Kaf. There will be second panel discussion after his speech on another important theme, which is revitalization of Islamic social finance and the realm of socio-economic problems in Islamic economics. After the panel discussion, there will be a tea for further networking and learning of the participants from the international experts and guests. After tea, we'll break up into 2 smaller groups. Please have a look at the conference book, which is with you people. In this program schedule, you'll see that 2 concurrent sessions, Technical Session 1 and Technical Session 2, will be running at the same time. I request you to choose and to attend the session that seems more interesting to you. The concurrent sessions will be held in the marquee in Ibn Khaldun block, which is right in front of this marquee. This will conclude with the first day of the conference. On the second day of the conference, we'll begin with another 2 concurrent sessions, Technical Session 3 and Technical Session 4. Right after the concurrent sessions, we'll have tea in the same place where we are right now. The university will launch a Center for Halal Awareness, Research and Training chart tomorrow, and that will be coupled with the 4th keynote speech by Mr. Ehsan Awad, Secretary General SMIC OIC. There are 2 more panel discussions tomorrow on the themes of major challenges for the Islamic banking and takaful industry and their solutions, and the second one would be on a fully riba-free economy, can it sustain and flourish? We have a launching of some books and a global report on corporate social responsibility of the banks, and the books that have been written by Professor Dr. 𝗠𝗵𝗵𝗷. The final closing ceremony will take place here in the same marquee tomorrow afternoon, and during the closing ceremony we'll have 2 keynote speeches. One would be delivered by Professor Dr. Mohammad Bulut, and the concluding keynote speech would be delivered by Professor Dr. 𝗠𝗵𝗵𝗷. Dear colleagues and participants, I hope you learn from this special opportunity to meet the international guests, speakers and panelists. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank you for coming here, and I hope that these 2 days will open new horizons to look into the Islamic economics and finance to further work on it. Thank you.
We will now have the documentation of the developments of Minhaj University, Lahore through a video documentary. The documentary has been made by the Department of Mass Communication.
Minhaj University, Lahore was founded by Sheikhul Islam Professor Dr. Muhammad Tahirul Qadri in 1986. MUL is a fastly growing university in town under the visionary supervision of a very well-known educationist, philosopher and economist who is Deputy Chairman Board of Governors, Dr. 𝗠𝗵𝗵𝗷 Qadri, and under the management of Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad. Was started in 2005 by the government of Punjab and recognized by AGC.
Minhaj University Lahore has a unique features such as research and international collaborations. Here at the university, students have access to all national and international e-resources and databases in a very well-equipped libraries and laboratories.
University comprises of 10 faculties: Computer Science and Information Technology, Basic Sciences and Mathematics, Economics and Management Sciences, Engineering, Allied Health Sciences, Social Sciences and Humanities, Law, Applied Sciences, Languages, Islamic Studies and Sharia.
Minhaj University Lahore offers a wide range of disciplines, undergraduate, graduate and postgraduate programs. University can suffice the need of all who come for seeking knowledge and to spread it around the world.
MUL has 36 academic schools with 1,000 plus teaching and non-teaching staff members, having more than 200 PhD faculty members and 15,000 plus students. There are 9 research centers,
The university has different distinctions such as School of Religion and Philosophy and School of Peace and Counter-Terrorism Studies, and these schools are ever first schools in Pakistan. And then we have different international collaborations, national and international collaborations, which include an MOU with 𝗨𝗵𝗵𝗵 for Islamic Economics, Banking and Finance. Then we have an MOU with 𝗠𝗶H University, Australia for Peace and Counter-Terrorism Studies. The university also has an MOU with Trisakti University, Indonesia, and Tazkiyah College, Indonesia for Islamic Banking and Finance. The university, in collaboration with 𝗠𝗵𝗵 𝗨𝗵 certification, provides its services for the halal food auditing of different products to the industry. The university also provides various services in collaboration with Al-Muwahhad Islamic Microfinance and providing interest-free loans to the students for their business startups.
Faculty is the lifeblood of an institution. Having qualified national and international faculty is available for the inspiration of students. To increase motivation and learning abilities in students, MUL campus has fully equipped air-conditioned classrooms with the facility of multimedia. To increase the scientific, technological and research thoughts, MUL has fully equipped and well-designed laboratories with the modern equipment to meet the practical needs for students. TV and radio studio to enrich the production skills of students. It is further in MUL CAP. It has first Asian Robotic Library, which is a unique characteristic of MUL. Guest lecturers provide an important educational experience for students based on their real-world life experiences. Seminars, visits, and community activities are arranged to create an impact in society. Sport enhances social and cultural life by bringing together individuals and community. To induce the sportsmanship in the students, yearly sports gala and cultural activities are organized. Keeping in view the health of the students, a clean and hygienic cafeteria is also available. There are 7 research journals, which includes Al-Irfan, the South Asian Journal of Religion and Philosophy, International Journal of Islamic Economics and Governance, the Journal of Professional Research in Social Sciences, 𝗠𝗵𝗵 Journal of Economics and Organization Sciences, Zohres, Journal of Nautical Eye and Strategic Studies. Research conferences offer the opportunity to learn from peers, leaders, and research scholars to create useful connections about the latest work within their field among them. 13 research conferences have been conducted by MUL. To entertain the complaints and queries of the students, Directorate of Student Affairs is also available. 𝗠𝗵𝗵 University Lahore provides financial aid and scholarships for the needy and deserving students. 𝗠𝗵𝗵 University Lahore, where dreams come true.
I would request the audience to please settle down. Dear audience, it is time for our first keynote speech of the day. I would like to invite Mr. 𝗶𝗵𝗵𝗷, who is the Commissioner of Security Market at Security and Exchange Commission of Pakistan. His topic for the speech is Islamic Finance Landscape, Achievements, Issues, and the Way Forward. Sir, kindly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. At the outset, I would like to express my gratitude for providing the opportunity to Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan to participate and to represent in this international conference. My heartiest congratulations and admirations for Dr. Hussain Qadri, for the faculty and the management of Minhaj University, for conducting this international conference year after year and providing a forum for people and scholars and students and regulators and people from all walks of life to get together and exchange their views and ideas on one of the most important issues for any community, country, or international community, which is financial development and financial inclusion. So hats off to Minhaj University and all the organizers of this conference for promoting dialogue and conversations and discussions on these highly important topics in our individual and collective lives, to make consistent efforts to spread knowledge and understanding regarding the financial issues and how they gel with our religious beliefs and values. And most important of all, bringing scholars and students and people from different schools of thought together on one table and make them talk and discuss and arrive at consensus over the teething issues where consensus could not be achieved in the past. This presentation has mainly two parts. There are some facts and figures where I would just like to provide you a snapshot of what the Islamic finance industry has achieved globally and within Pakistan. Most of you may be familiar with the global figures, but many of you may not know much about the size of the financial industry and its various subsectors within the country. So I hope that it will be helpful to know that. And then I would like to talk about a few issues which Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan, as one of the two apex regulators of the country, feels that are of the most critical nature, and how SECP is approaching and trying to handle and address those issues. SECP also boasts of great human resource. We have experts with all kinds of qualifications. But I must admit that our knowledge pales in front of the scholars that are sitting here. And I would very humbly like to tell you that we are also here to learn from you, to seek guidance from you, and we assure you that we will try to improve our policies and our regulations the best we can, and the learnings that we get from this conference and other gatherings like this one will be put to productive use, and you will see improvements in regulations and policies made by Securities and Exchange Commission. So to begin with, I would just like to simply state the obvious, that the objective of Islamic finance is to ultimately to improve the well-being of the citizens, to educate people how to protect their wealth and how to grow it, and how to do all of that in accordance with their religious beliefs and values. And of course, when it comes to Islamic finance, the concept of justice and fairness and social impact is of utmost importance. A unique feature of Islamic finance is that it focuses on promoting real economic activities in the real economy. This feature has been acknowledged globally by other economic systems and other schools of thought as well. And finally, as I said, the ultimate objective of any financial system is not just to protect and grow wealth, but to enhance the social well-being of the citizens and the communities that it is trying to serve. Next slide, please. If you look at the size of the global Islamic financial industry, there are more than 57 countries where Islamic financial system exists in one form or the other. The total size of the Islamic financial industry measured in terms of US dollars is in the range of $3 trillion at the end of 2021. And there are more than 700 institutions working in the area of Islamic finance around the world. And if you look at the bifurcation of the Islamic financial services industry, Islamic banking holds the largest share, followed by other non-banking institutions. Next slide, please. So coming to Pakistan, our constitution, of course, requires all the laws, whether financial or otherwise, to be in conformity with the tenets of our religion. Article 38F of the Constitution requires the state to eliminate riba as early as possible. Significant improvements have been made over the years on this account, but the truth is that we have not been able to eliminate it so far. But the movement towards this goal will, of course, continue until it is achieved. Federal Sharia Court, in its judgment, a recent judgment in April 2022, has re-emphasized and again laid down strict timelines for phasing out riba-based Islamic finance and replaced it with Sharia-compliant Islamic financial system. The size of the Islamic financial institutions in Pakistan at the end of first quarter of 2022, measured in US dollars, comes to around 42 billion. Next slide, please. If you look at Pakistan, again, most of the market share lies with Islamic banks. A decent share lies with the sukuk, the debt instruments which are Sharia compliant, which are issued mostly by the government, which are sukuks. And a much smaller portion belongs to, a much smaller market share belongs to the non-banking financial institutions, most significant of which are the mutual funds and the takaful companies. So that's clearly an area where we need to do a lot more. Islamic banks, it seems, have become more successful more quickly. People know about them and people have begun to trust them, which is clearly visible in their growth and in their size and in their financial performance as well. Although good things have happened in the non-banking financial sector as well, but compared with the banking sector, it still lags far behind. And that's where Securities and Exchange Commission acknowledges that it has to do much more. And that's where we need your guidance and your collaboration and your support. And inshallah, we will achieve high growth and high market shares for the non-banking financial institutions as well. Next, please. In a study regarding knowledge, attitude, and practices on Islamic banking in Pakistan carried out by State Bank of Pakistan and the Department for International Development of the Government of UK, the results were expected but still quite startling. In the retail sector, the demand for Islamic financial services stands at around 95%. And even the business sector, which many of us think is relatively agnostic, the demand is very high. Even the business sector, 73% of it wants the financial system to be Sharia compliant to the extent possible. So this is a great sign. There is huge demand for a Sharia compliant Islamic financial system. So the stage is all set for that. Securities and Exchange Commission regulates the capital markets, which of course consist of both Sharia compliant and conventional instruments. It regulates non-banking financial institutions, mutual funds, insurance sector, and lately there is a concept of Sharia compliant companies. Any business which believes that it is Sharia compliant and it wants it to be known to the general public in an authentic manner that this company is Sharia compliant, now there are rules and regulations to provide a comfort and authenticated assurance to the general public regarding whether or not your business and the way you're doing your business is Sharia compliant or not. There is a dedicated Islamic finance department in SECP, which was created back in 2015 to have a holistic view of the policies that pertain to this area. SECP is a member of global bodies in Islamic financial services, the Islamic Financial Services Board, and AOFI, the Accounting and Auditing Organization for Islamic Financial Institutions. So this is a strong sign of the commitment by Securities and Exchange Commission to learn more and do more in this area and hopefully do everything to grow the Islamic financial system as fast as we can. Next, please. The market capitalization of the stock exchange is around 7 trillion PKR measured in Pakistani currency. 23% of total banking assets and 67% of the market capitalization in Sharia compliant securities. Then there are the collective investment vehicles, mostly mutual funds and voluntary pension schemes. Almost 35% of the mutual funds are Sharia compliant in Pakistan. And the aggregate figure comes to around 448 billion rupees in assets under management. And almost 65% of all pension funds in the country, the voluntary pension funds managed by the non-banking financial companies, are Sharia compliant. So that's a great sign. Mutual funds and voluntary pension systems are a new industry, and you can clearly see that although the overall size of the industry is relatively small, but within each segment, the share of Sharia compliant assets and financial institutions is much higher. Within the insurance industry, the premium earned by takaful companies stands at 13% of the total premium earned by the entire insurance sector. Mudarabas is a unique sector which is entirely Sharia compliant, of course. There are 28 listed mudarabas already with a combined equity of 24.5 billion PKR. There are 115 registered Sharia advisors, 8 of which are private limited companies. So the Sharia advisory services are now available on a very large scale in Pakistan. And 39 certificates of Sharia compliant securities have been issued to multiple issuers already. And the total amount of debt that has been raised through these instruments stood at a little more than 400 billion by June 2022. So that should give you an idea that the non-banking financial industry, although smaller in size relative to the banking sector, but the share of Sharia compliant financial institutions is actually much higher than the share of the Islamic banks within the banking industry. In many of the business segments, the non-banking financial business segments. Now coming to the macroeconomic issues and challenges that face us, what are the reasons and what SECP thinks needs to be done, and I would humbly admit that our knowledge and understanding may be limited, and that is one reason why myself and one of my colleagues are here to learn from you. What are the issues and areas that we are oblivious of, where we need to put more efforts, and what are the products and policies that we are unaware of. So hopefully we will learn from you, and the ecosystem that we are trying to generate and create in this country will benefit from these discussions and conversations. So we think that there are macroeconomic factors which are limiting both the demand side and the supply side for the Islamic financial products. On the demand side, there is a general lack of documentation in the economy. We have low savings rates. We have low rates of financial literacy. And there is a general lack of confidence in the financial products and the financial systems of the country. So we, all the stakeholders, the government, the regulators, the educational institutions like yourself, the scholars, we all need to come together and do whatever we can to increase the demand for Sharia compliant products. On the supply side, the number and size of non-banking financial institutions which are Sharia compliant, so that is a constraint. As I said, the non-banking sector is still lagging far behind the banking sector in Pakistan. That's true in general also, and of course for the Sharia compliant institutions as well. We need to do more on the product development side. We need to have more and diverse products which can meet different needs of the public and of the investors. So a lot of work needs to be done in that area. And then, of course, the way the non-banking Islamic financial institutions do business, that also needs to change. We need to use more technology, more automated processes, and we need to have more innovative distribution channels, and all of us have to think and discuss how it can be achieved sooner than later. Next, please. Then comes the legal and regulatory framework. We think that improvements can be made in the way the Sharia advisory system is operating. Right now, the system is too reliant on individual Sharia advisors, and SECP is thinking to, over time, replace individual Sharia advisors with Sharia boards, with each board constituting at least 2 or more Sharia advisors. We believe that will bring more diversity of opinion, and it will bring more authenticity to the decisions made by the Sharia boards. SECP also realizes that we need to lower the regulatory burdens in many cases. We are a small economy, and we are a capital-starved economy also in many ways. So we need to enable small businesses to start operating without worrying too much about the regulatory and the compliance costs. And one important area in that regard is to allow mudarabas to be set up as unlisted or private companies. So far, mudarabas must be set up as listed companies whose compliance and regulatory requirements are much higher. And the feedback that we have received from the market over the years tells us that it has been an impediment to the growth of this sector. So we are seriously thinking about that, to allow smaller, unlisted private mudarabas to be set up. And then, of course, another is that right now most of the non-financial Sharia-compliant business institutions are too specialized, which creates higher risks also in times of crisis. And since economies like Pakistan are prone to economic crises after every few years, we need to encourage the non-banking financial institutions to follow more diversified business models, to have more diversified product portfolios and investor and client and funding basis. So we're thinking about allowing individual financial institutions to participate into a variety of financial services, to undertake and provide a variety of services. We believe that would help them grow faster, and that will help them weather the economic downturns much better, and it will strengthen their resilience and their business models. We are also mindful that our regulations need to encourage innovation and need to encourage new business models which are not already provided with legal cover in the regulations. So that has led SECP to introduce the idea of regulatory sandbox like many other countries do. But so far, very few Sharia-compliant businesses have been successful in the regulatory sandbox system. And we are now seriously thinking about introducing exclusively Sharia-compliant cohorts within the regulatory sandbox. So we intend to make sure that at least a few Sharia-compliant innovations are tried as part of the regulatory sandbox activities on a regular basis. Next, please. Coming to structural issues, there are many different sectors and subsectors within the non-banking Sharia-compliant financial industry. There is takaful and mudarabas and mutual funds and other forms of Islamic financial services. And since SECP operates on a functional specialization basis, there are different departments which deal with different sectors and subsectors. And over the years, there has been a need of developing coherent and universal Sharia principles for all forms of business, laying down those rules of business which are applicable to all companies, regardless of what kind of business they are into. So that, as I told you earlier, that led to setting up of a dedicated Islamic finance department in SECP a few years ago. And now we feel that with the growing demand for Islamic and Sharia compliant products, we need to strengthen the Islamic finance department. We need to have more resources in this department. So that, inshallah, will be done. We are also mindful that over the years, many new businesses and institutions have come up, but still there are many more types of businesses and instruments which are still missing. We don't see Sharia compliant private equity firms in Pakistan. Perhaps there is room for companies with expertise in credit ratings of Sharia compliant instruments and companies. And there's a need to enable the Sharia compliant financial institutions to raise and mobilize resources through hybrid equity instruments called Tier 1 and Tier 2 capital. So there is a need to have Sharia compliant variants for those as well. Then of course there are liquidity challenges that the Sharia compliant non-banking financial institutions are facing. In times of crises, many of these institutions may be solvent, but they may face liquidity challenges. And our country needs to have, our financial system needs to have the instruments and policies to provide them liquidity in the times of need. We need to have lender of last resort for Sharia compliant non-banking financial institutions as well. And then there are taxation issues. At times, the tax implications for Sharia compliant institutions and the Sharia compliant instruments result in higher taxation for these institutions and products. And we are committed to removing all those cases where the Sharia compliant institutions or instruments are at a disadvantage. In fact, SECP already is and will continue to do its best to get tax advantages and incentives for the Sharia compliant financial institutions, because we want these institutions to grow faster and sooner. Next, please. Then there is the area of innovation and product development. SECP realizes that the Sukuk market, although a sizable market exists for Sharia compliant debt instruments, but the general public still is not investing. The overwhelming majority of investors in these instruments comprises of institutions. So the way forward is to have ways to fractionalize larger denominations of Sharia compliant debt into smaller chunks and to enable general public to invest in them. So we are mindful of that. When it comes to introducing new products and technologies, we believe that Sharia compliant financial institutions need to focus more on providing real estate investment exposures to the Pakistani investors. Right now, very few regulated institutions provide those products which can enable general public to get exposure to real estate assets. We think there is huge demand for that. There is need for the kafil cover for travel outside and within the country. And we all hear and talk about blockchain technology. We think that the use of blockchain technology can enhance the credibility and authenticity of this industry as well. So it should also benefit from such technologies. Then there are alternate funding channels. We need to work on Sharia compliant ways of crowdfunding and peer-to-peer lending. and enable and guide the financial institution to expand their distribution channels, make more partnerships with banks and telecommunication companies, adopt more innovative ways of digital marketing, and move towards greater distribution networks of comprising of independent distributors. So we believe that all of these strategies will help the Islamic financial institutions to grow faster. And finally, a few words regarding capacity building, the general public perception and awareness regarding the Islamic financial system. I think most of the people sitting here are firm believers in financial development and financial inclusion through Sharia compliant means, and it's our collective responsibility to spread this message. Minhaj University is doing a great job in developing human resources who understand the concepts and ideas and how the Islamic financial system can benefit the common man. And we need to spread this message further. We need to develop human resource at all levels. We need to have more university courses, more certifications, and more training courses so that people know more and more how Islamic finance works and how it can benefit them. And then, of course, enabling, as I already said, enabling and helping the financial institutions to adopt digital marketing, to strengthen their marketing and advertisement campaigns. But at the same time, we have to work on the risk management side and the consumer protection side as well. SECP strongly feels that we need to improve and take new measures to ensure that the qualification and the incentives and the accountability mechanisms for the individuals and institutions who are engaged in selling financial products need to be enhanced and strengthened. And finally, we believe that the information material regarding various products has to have the Urdu translations as well. That will help the general public and the investors to know more about the products, to ask more questions, because that is our national language, our native language. We're more comfortable with that. So I think I took more than the time that was allotted to me. Forgive me for that. And I look forward to learning from all of you. And once again, I honestly and earnestly congratulate you and appreciate the efforts of your institution to promote the spirit of dialogue and conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now we will have a virtual keynote speech by Mr. 𝗠𝗵 Ansari from Bahrain. He is the Secretary General 𝐈𝐬𝐥 Bahrain. The theme of the conference is the same as his topic: development of Islamic financial systems in light of global challenges, inclusion, social impact, and sustainable finance. We'll just link him up.
𝗠𝗵𝐵𝗵 بسم-الله-الرحمن-الرحيم رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. Honorable Dr. 𝗠𝗵𝐵h 𝗨H, the management and faculty of Minhaj University Lahore, my respectable speakers, scholars, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's indeed a pleasure for me to be here with you virtually in this form of recorded video. And to be honest, I feel regrets that I'm unable to join you physically there because of some preoccupied schedules. But my heart is there with you. And I believe that our collaboration as AOFI with Minhaj University Lahore has produced some good events and some good opportunities for the audience to learn together towards Islamic finance and to develop a better Islamic finance industry, developing right strategies, guiding on the right path for Islamic finance. I hope that today's this conference will be, inshallah, very fruitful conference to achieve the purpose of learning as well as developing the Islamic finance industry. The topic for this conference as selected is also very important, and I'll try to keep my keynote speech today limited to that topic, that is development of Islamic financial system in the light of global challenges, inclusion, social impact, and sustainable finance. And these are the themes on which in last 2 years or so, AOFI as an institution has been focusing. So it is very close to our organization goals and close to my heart. And to be honest, I would say that this is what the Islamic finance industry is expected to do, and the governments and the regulators and other stakeholders, particularly the social finance related stakeholders, have to do. Jumping on the topic, I know that I have a limited time, so I have a lot of things to say, but I would like to keep it a very quick, short sort of presentation. So let's quickly identify the causes of global economic downturn as of now. The effects of COVID-19 is there, supply chain disruption and commodity prices cycle is there, Russia-Ukraine war has impacted badly, capitalistic, unjust, imbalanced economic system. I should have put it at the first, but to be honest, this is again one of the root causes, and maybe I may prioritize it at the top and most important item. Derivative market being bigger than the real commodities market. I believe this is one of the biggest root causes for today's downturn. And from that perspective, these are the root causes, but there are additional causes that are actually emanating from them or are coming additionally that are impacting the industry, the global economy and economies of the weaker countries in particular. Interest rate hikes to curb inflation, causing inflation, chicken and egg situation. Interest rate hikes in stronger currencies, making them even stronger, like USD. Interest rates going high actually impacted the whole market, particularly for those currencies who are pegged or virtually pegged with the US dollar. Energy prices, earlier they were quite high, now they are coming down in anticipation of recession, but still they are on a higher side. If you see, the energy prices are actually reflecting that the world may actually see a big recession going forward. Hoarding and derivative trading, sentiments of market players, these are the things that are actually, the sentiments play more than the actual, I would say, actual demand and supply situation. Rather than that, actually, it is the hoarding and derivative trading which is impacting the prices. Financial conditions have become tighter in most regions. Incomplete, inefficient energy infrastructures, particularly for Pakistan, gas pipeline, energy transmission facilities, all these things are actually having big impact. Credit bubbles are there, which are going to create challenges for real economic activity, and they may impact in big disasters in the next 1 to 2 years in global markets as well as in Pakistan. Now, how Islamic finance can serve or economy can serve? I believe that Islamic finance and economics have to go with the maqasid al-Sharia, that is the higher objectives of Sharia. So what is what is the sequence and what is the prioritization? So if you see, we have to have hifzuddin, preservation of deen, preservation of life and health for sure. And obviously, again, these items have a lot of details attached to that. I don't want to go into that detail, but these are the things that are actually the guidance that we have. So we have hifzuddin, we have the preservation of life, preservation of intellect and education and everything, progeny, family, society, and future of the society, wealth, society, and individual. It has to be done with prioritization of necessities, followed by needs, followed by embellishments and complementary matters. So this is something that actually provide you the whole guidance with regard to what needs to be done by us as a country, by the global economies, particularly the Muslim countries' economies. Now, one important thing we need to understand that the Sustainable Development Goals from our UN, they are a great effort, and if you see, they are significantly aligned with Maqasid al-Sharia, except for a little bit, like, obviously some of the things are driven by their values on which we may have an objection from Sharia perspective, but the main goals themselves are actually aligned with Sharia and Maqasid al-Sharia. For me, if I say particularly in Pakistan's perspective, prioritization and moderation is the key to success, and that is actually the guidance from our religion. Coming to financial inclusion, before we go to detailed topics on what is the situation of financial inclusion, obviously the data is not it's much better than maybe 15 years back, but the situations are honestly a lot of alarming situations are there, challenges are there. The financial inclusion for Muslim communities around the globe, for the third world countries around the globe, and Pakistan being a Muslim and a third world country, from that perspective, these challenges are immense, and the approach towards meeting them is not enough. And while we have this one, but one of the studies earlier done also clearly identifies that one of the major reasons for financial exclusion is actually interest-based financings, which people do not prefer. Challenges for financial inclusion, if I quickly touch upon: limited supply of Sharia-compliant products and gaps in distribution channels, limited outreach in rural areas where about 63% of the population resides, strong and deep-rooted conventional banking lobby mindset, particularly at the government, bureaucracy, regulators, and financial sector, low financial inclusion in banking and takaful penetration. Only 21% of adult population had a bank account in 2017, and it includes at the microfinance bank accounts and only the salary accounts. So the effective financial inclusion rate might not be even close to that. Avoidance of interest-based products and perception of Islamic finance, microfinance products as not in line with Sharia is actually a big challenge. Lack of financial literacy and awareness. I believe that some good work has been done by NIBAF on that. I'm told there are some other work going on, and we hope this thing will improve. But at the general education level, the financial literacy and awareness is missing completely. It's a huge challenge. Low women participation in mainstream economic development. Again, we have from Sharia perspective our own approach towards women empowerment, and obviously anything has to be done in line with Sharia, but still this is one of the important challenges that we have. For the purpose of improving financial inclusion, we need to first make inclusion a mandated objective for the government, the regulators, and the social finance sector. And we need to have dedicated inclusion units at all the RSAs, regulatory supervisory authorities, and regulators. In the integrated efforts at government, multilateral institutions, NGOs, and financial sector, and formulate measurable targets for financial inclusion through these integrated efforts. Replicate and support good experience for financial inclusion, particularly Islamic microfinance. We have some great experiences in Pakistan. Ukhuwat is an experience that is actually being you can listen the name of Ukhuwat and its founder or everywhere around the globe when you talk in the top forums on social finance and microfinance. And I believe that we need to support these sort of initiatives, and we need to replicate these initiatives. Again, this is one of the initiatives. I'm not saying that the Ukhuwat model is solution to all financial inclusion problems. It is just addressing one of the issues, but there are additional issues. We need to learn from these experiences and build upon that. Simplified fintech, especially in non-urban areas, is something very important. That mobile-based transactions, easy transactions. Again, we know that things have become much improved as compared to 10-15 years back through the telecom companies based and their own microfinance banks based transactions. Things have improved, but still there is a lot of work to be done on this area. Micro insurance particularly is completely missing. Crop insurance is nearly missing. There are a lot of areas where we need to work on, and those are the areas where actually the opportunity for economic development for Pakistan lies. efforts. Awqaf are to be included in those efforts. International donors and multilateral agencies are to be included. Islamic social finance focus has to be on, obviously, on healthcare, education, microfinance and entrepreneurship development, green Pakistan. These are the things that are aligned with the SDGs. These are the things that are aligned with Maqasid al-Sharia. The tools of Islamic social finance that we need to use: Islamic microfinance qard model, Islamic microfinance, Islamic finance products model, micro takaful, waqf, zakat and sadaqat. These are the areas on which we need to work on. Islamic finance and social finance need to collaborate for combining efforts combining efforts together, and institutions like Akhuwat can assist in that, and other microfinance institutions that are on the field, they can assist on that. To integrate the commercial finance and social finance efforts on the Islamic side. Islamic crowdfunding models are the greatest opportunity. We believe it is the model for the small level and micro level finance, as well as for the rural finance, as well as for the social finance. We believe that crowdfunding is the future, and this is something on which we need to work together. UFI has developed a standard recently on that area, and we believe that this is something to start with, and a lot of work needs to come on that. Promotion for agri-finance, and I would like to mention that agri sector and the commodity market prices have become more profitable. So hence the agri sector needs more investment to enable Pakistan to be more sustainable from all perspectives, and additionally, it is more profitable as a sector now. And social finance fintech is something again very important. The strategies that we need to work on include addressing regulatory deficiencies, developing structures to enable commercial equity to social finance, because social finance in the long run cannot work alone without commercial capital. So you need to integrate commercial capital with social capital to come up with a sustainable social finance model, supporting employment creation, attracting retail investors for social projects, exploiting technological innovations, fintech, establishing social finance institutions or socially oriented financial intermediaries, offering preferential rates of financing for social projects, financing with partial payment only, bridging skill gaps, encouraging skill gaps, and obviously entrepreneurship is the most important skill that we need to work on, encouraging public-private partnerships, facilitating transition from informal to formal sector. We have a lot of activity going on the informal social sector, which need to be converted into formal sector, and promoting Islamic microfinance and micro takaful institutions. This need to be done by the government and by the masses. It needs support to develop the country. Major challenges for sustainability that we have at the same time, like recent natural disasters that we have seen across the globe, and to be honest, they were not so natural actually. 𝗠𝗶H the whole world is being destroyed because of what we humans did, and obviously it includes the economic system part, and it includes the environment part. It includes other, social impacts where we have destroyed the overall economic, social, political system of the world. And this is the time that we need to revert to Allah and take guidance. So if you can see those natural disasters, Pakistan, Australia, Asian countries, floods, US and America, snowstorms, hurricane, the melting of Greenland ice sheet, ozone layer depletion, Europe, US, China, historic heat waves and water shortages. Lot of challenges the world has seen in last 1.5 to 2 years, and we are the evidence actually. Pakistan is the victim in form of the worst floods. And these biggest challenges, global and Pakistan specific, we need to see that these have the sustainable development challenges that we additionally have in increasing debt burden and economic default fear, inflation, climate change, poor enforcement of government policies. Food security is a global challenge, and unfortunately a country like Pakistan is actually having a challenge on that part. Supply chain for commodities is not well established, and the supply chain is actually impacting big time the prices as well as the availability. Biodiversity loss, deforestation, depletion of resources and fossil fuels, and in particular Pakistan is specific that we were late in exploration of fossil fuels, particularly coal, which means that we are effectively we may not effectively be able to use those huge reserves that are available because of the environmental challenges. Still, even today's Pakistan's carbon footprint is nothing as compared to the developed countries. But the point is that the world is already destroyed enough, so we need to be very careful in exploiting and using the fossil fuel reserves, and actually we need to go for sustainable energy. Overcoming challenges, what needs to be done on the global level: adoption of sustainable development goals, supply chain and food security focus, balance of commercialism and sustainability, early warning systems, long-term planning, and government intervention in the right manner, that is, harness the capitalism and curb its evils. In Pakistan's specific situation, we need to go for the austerity measures, better management of resources, focus of sustainable development and invest in climate resilience, no borrowing other than infrastructure. And this is one of the things that can be done through Sukuk, because Sukuk ensures that you are borrowing mainly for infrastructure, and you are borrowing to the extent of your assets only, and you are not borrowing on for your consumption loans, which actually results in a real disaster. What they say, 𝗠𝗶H लेकिन समझते थे कि हाँ रंग लाएगी हमारी फाका मस्ती एक दिन. And today is the time when we see that फाका मस्ती is actually bringing its colors, and we are into worst form of economic disaster because of these borrowings which were uncontrolled and those expenses which were uncontrolled. The reduction of interest rate and management of its volatility. I do not believe that only interest rate increase at the government level is the solution to improve these situations. This is a myth that this can improve. In my humble view, actually the interest rate has to be low and the economic activity has to go on, which eventually will help. And obviously interest rate, when I say interest rate, I'm talking about the government level discount rate, and actually the transactions need to be converted in Islamic finance to get that barakah from the bounties of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Control inflation through better supply chain management, incentivize small and medium-sized industries and harness their potential, curb brain drain, and take difficult long-term steps. For example, permanent increase in energy prices and prioritizing resources. People may not like my idea here, but to be honest, we are a poor country and we cannot afford that much import bill on fuel and energy resources. And the real solution is to reasonably increase the prices so that the consumption goes down and people become more efficient in the use. Way forward: how Islamic finance and economics can help achieve sustainability, prioritize real economy, for example, agriculture and industry over real estate and service sector, austerity measures at all levels, Sukuk only to ensure only asset-backed and revenue-focused financings, entrepreneurship development, combining efforts of Islamic social finance and Islamic finance, micro SME agri-finance to ensure food security and real economic growth, collateral management. This is a good initiative by the Securities and Exchange Commission to come up with collateral management guidelines and regulations and guidelines, and now at least one company is there for collateral management. And if you want to have the real supply chain improvement, if you want to have Islamic finance to have opportunity to the real transactions, collateral management companies and electronic warehousing and better warehousing facilities are the real solution. And this is something that we need to work on big time. Put society over individual interest. That is the priorities as per Sharia also, that individual interest should be important, but not over should not be prioritized over the interest of the society. So restrict individuals and businesses to waste and deplete resources, and this includes the imports which are for individual needs and the embellishments, etc. Yes, we need to work on that. Protect environment through growing plant trees. You know, we belong to a religion that asks us not to cut trees even during war. And it asks us to sow a seed even if the day of judgment is the next day. And we need to keep clean right of way. So many things. We are the religion where we are asked to not to waste water even if we are making ablution on a running river. So we can do with the environment that we are doing right now. If we just go back to the teachings of our religion, so many things will improve. Use water efficiently, as I mentioned. and construct dams and improve the irrigation and water supply systems, and even preserve groundwater levels. The use of water has to be very efficient, encourage fair trade and commerce, curb unfair practices, for example, hoarding, exploitative middlemen, as well as the derivative transactions. Way forward, high-level initiatives, national level strategy and 5-year plan to be developed, implemented, and monitored. Tone at the top, the government has to demonstrate commitment. The government and regulator level task forces to oversee the transformation process from sustainable development perspective, from the Islamic finance conversion perspective, in line with the Federal Sharia Court judgment. Dialogues and high-level agreements between the ministries and the regulators, etc. Simultaneous legal framework is needed. Standardization is needed. Adoption of right standards. We do not need to reinvent the wheel. Rather, we have to save cost and time by adopting the right standards, mainly from UFI and FSB. A proactive collaboration with ISDB and international Islamic finance infrastructure bodies, including UFI, FSB, IFM, ILM, ICRA, etc. Coming towards the end of my presentation, I would like to specifically emphasize, as a way forward, leverage and harness technology. I always repeat these points in my presentation, that we need to understand the potential of technology in transforming the economy. We need to exploit technology, including AI, machine learning, big data, whatever new technologies available to actually help achieving our objectives. Invest in technology ventures. Regulators and governments have to play their role and use technology to eliminate the conventional banking hurdles and to foster new ideas of Islamic challenging and channeling and changing the way intermediation works. Particularly, I have mentioned about crowdfunding. I believe these sort of new technological approaches are the real way forward. With that, I would like to thank you again for giving me this opportunity and for inviting us here. Unfortunately, as I mentioned, I'm not physically there, but one of our colleagues is physically joining the conference, and I hope it will be a great learning experience for all of you. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Dear audience, it is time to present the Lifetime Achievement Awards. Minhaj University Lahore has been presenting Lifetime Achievement Awards to distinguished professors who have lifelong contributions to the field of Islamic economics, banking, and finance. In this conference, there are 2 awards. The first Lifetime Awards goes to Professor Dr. 𝗠𝗶H in recognition of his lifelong services for the promotion of Islamic economics and finance. He is joining us virtually. Professor Dr. 𝗠𝗶H is a Syrian-American professor of Islamic economics and finance. He received his PhD in economics from the University of Utah, the USA, in 1975. He has made significant contributions to the Islamic economics and finance. His contributions include being a collaborating expert at the Islamic Fiqh Academy, IMF consultant on Islamic finance, and resource person for islamonline.net. Professor Dr. 𝗠𝗶H also served as the head of research in IRTB and IDB, senior research economist, and director of finance in the Islamic Society of North America. He is lecturing for more than 50 years, and he is the author of more than 30 books and more than 100 published articles and scores of conferences and encyclopedia entries on awqaf, zakat, Islamic finance and banking, and other areas of Islamic economics. Mr. Hassan Abbas will receive the Lifetime Achievement Award for Professor Dr. 𝗠𝗶H. And the second announcement, for the second Lifetime Achievement Award is presented to Professor Dr. Mehmet Bulut in recognition of his lifelong services for the promotion of Islamic economics and finance. Professor Dr. Mehmet Bulut finished 2 separate doctorate degrees in 2 different universities located in Ankara and Istanbul, then decided to study for doctorate in the Netherlands because of his objective study object. He received PhD in economic history from Utrecht University, the Netherlands in 2000, As a visiting scholar, he has been to Sweden, England, and the United States, and Princeton University. As board member, he was elected to Council of Higher Education by the Vice Chancellors and the representatives of the universities, and appointed by the President of Republic of Turkey in 2012. He is currently Professor Dr. 𝗠𝗶H is joining us virtually. He is watching this program. He has watched it. We request the audience a big round of applause for Professor Dr. 𝗠𝗶H, Mr. Hassan Abbas, and for his great contribution in Islamic economics, banking, and finance. Thank you very much. And now the second Lifetime Achievement Awards goes to Professor Dr. 𝗵𝗵𝗷 𝗨𝗵𝗷. Please, sir. I also request Dr. Mughis Shaukat to join us in presenting the award, accompanied with the guests from Amman. أرجو من مشايخ من عمان تقديم الجائزة إلى الضيف الرئيسي فضيلة الأستاذ بروفيسور الدكتور 𝗵𝗵𝗷 𝗨𝗵𝗷. تفضلوا. I also request Professor Dr. 𝗍𝗓𝗓 to please come in front of the stage and present the award to Professor Dr. 𝗵𝗵𝗷 𝗨𝗵𝗷. A big round of applause for Professor Dr. 𝗵𝗵𝗷 𝗨𝗵𝗷.
Lifetime Achievement Awards that means a lot for the person, but your clapping and appreciation is not that much as it must have been. I would request you again to please, yes, it must suit, clapping must suit to the Lifetime Achievement Award. Thank you very much. Qasim sir. Shield.
Thank you. Now a shield is presented to Mr. 𝗵𝗷 𝗵𝗔 in his honor and for his keynote speech. Mr. 𝗵𝗷 will receive his shield from Deputy Chairman Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri and Vice Chancellor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad. Please a big round of applause for Mr. 𝗵𝗷 𝗵𝗔. Now we are moving towards the launching of a report written by ICRI and a launching ceremony of a book. Our institute, International Center for Research in Islamic Economics, ICRI at Minhaj University, Lahore, launched a special report on global corporate social responsibility 2022. This report contains research and provides an in-depth situation of Islamic banks' responsibilities towards society and how well they manage to do so. The study provides detailed analysis in region-wise, bank-wise, and country-wise CSR exposure of Islamic banks around the globe. The study also discussed factors behind the excellent and poor performance in the CSR disclosure by Islamic banks and suggestions for improvement. The analysis and findings in this report have been presented by the core technical team of researchers from ICRI, comprised of Patron-in-Chief Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri. Please a big round of applause for this launching of the CSR report. This is a consecutive second year.
I would request Dr. Bilal Zafar Sahab, if he's around. Dr. Bilal Zafar Sahab. He is leading the team who is preparing and working on this global corporate social responsibility report. And I would also request our international guests, Dr. 𝗠𝗶হি𝗵𝗵 𝗨𝗵, Mr. 𝗍𝗵𝗵𝗷 and 𝗵𝐵 to please come forward and join Vice Chancellor and Deputy Chairman. I would request our Omani guests to please come forward and join us during the launching of the books and the report. I would also request Dr. Mughis Shaukat, Dr. Rizwan Malik, please. I would request Dr. Abdul-Sattar Abbasi Sahab if you could also join us, because I would request Professor Dr. Naseem Shah Shirazi Sahab, he has joined us from Qatar.
And also Professor Brigadier Iqbal Sahab, please join us.
Dr. Bilal Zafar Sahab, if he is listening to me. Dr. Bilal Zafar. Dr. Bilal Zafar is Assistant Professor, School of Islamic Economics, Banking and Finance, and he led that team who have worked on this Global Corporate Social Responsibility Report for 2021. We initiated in the last conference. Now the team has been working continuously on this Global Corporate Social Responsibility Report, GCSR. I would request Dr. 𝗠𝗶hi𝗵𝗵 to please open it, please. A big round of applause. We'll have lunch, inshallah. Don't worry about it. Because there must be a good round of applause on the papers and presentations and achievements of the people. This is the second year, for the second year we are working on this report and printing this report. This report basically, gives the number to the different banks, financial institutions who are contributing towards to the corporate social responsibility. They are sparing some budget and they are doing some expenses on the corporate social responsibility. So we have made an index, our team has made an index to measure that which bank is on top and which bank is on the second or third number. So this report is working continuously for the second year. It is ranking the banks and the financial institutions based on their corporate social responsibility. As this report have taken care of all the banks from the world, Islamic banks from the world, so that is why this report is being called GCSR, Global Corporate Social Responsibility Report. Now our guests will stay here and we'll have another opening of another book that is written by Professor Dr. 𝗠𝗶hi𝗵𝗵 𝗨𝗵. I will request Qasim Khan Sahab to please brief about the book.
Professor Dr. 𝗠𝗶hi𝗵𝗵 𝗨𝗵 reached a new milestone in his academic research, a very significant and impressive research done which is very helpful for the economists of the Islamic world. This research will also be a great contribution to the economy of Pakistan. This research is entitled Cryptocurrencies and Sharia Law, Solving a Puzzle Through Knowledge. Let me introduce some main points of this research, this great research work. Sharia law prohibits certain activities such as charging interest and engaging in speculative and uncertain transactions. These principles have led to some debate about the permissibility and impermissibility of the cryptocurrencies. Some scholars argue that cryptocurrencies are permissible because they are based on a decentralized network and the transactions are recorded on a public ledger, making them transparent and traceable. However, other scholars argue that cryptocurrencies are not permissible because they are highly speculative and not widely accepted, making them similar to the traditional speculative investments that are prohibited in Islamic finance. Ultimately, the case of cryptocurrencies is a complex issue and different scholars may have different opinions on the matter. This book is an attempt to solve these puzzles through knowledge. Please a big round of applause for the launching ceremony of this great research work, which is named Cryptocurrencies and Sharia Law, Solving a Puzzle Through Knowledge. Professor Dr. 𝗠𝗶hi𝗵𝗵 𝗨𝗵.
It has become our tradition, alhamdulillah, by the grace of Almighty Allah, that we keep launching books during our different conferences and different events. So it's another, continuously for the 6th time, we are launching different books on Islamic economics and finance. And it is the first ever book written on this topic, on the cryptocurrencies.
This book will be very helpful for the economists of the Islamic world and the economy of Pakistan.
Thank you very much, all the guests and the speakers. I would request you people to have your seats so that we can proceed towards our panel discussion that would be chaired by great Professor Humayun Dar. I would request Qasim Khan Sahab to please introduce our panelists and the session chair.
Thank you very much. Please take your seats. It is time for the first panel discussion. I would like to invite Professor Dr. Humayun Dar, Director General, Cambridge IFA from the UK, to chair this discussion. This discussion is entitled on Harnessing Principles of Islamic Economics and Finance to Tackle Global Challenges. Please welcome on stage Professor Dr. Humayun Dar. I kindly request the following panelists to join us on stage also for the discussion. Professor Dr. Mehmet Bulut, Professor of Islamic Economics and ex-President of 𝗠𝗶𝐵H University from Istanbul. Please welcome on stage. Professor Dr. Abdul Khaliq, Professor and Managing Director of Superior University, Lahore. Please join us on stage. Dr. Abdul Sattar Abbasi, Head of Center of Islamic Finance, 𝐶𝐬𝐢 University, Islamabad, from Lahore campus. Please join us on stage. And finally, Mr. Ihsan Ovut, Secretary General, Standards and Metrology Institute for Islamic Countries, SMIC, from Turkey. Please join us on stage. I kindly request the honorable guests to take their seats so we may proceed with the first panel discussion. Thank you very much. I would like to hand over the session to Professor Dr. Humayun Dar to handle the proceedings from here onwards.
Should I, right? Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Sayyidil Anbiya'i wal Mursaleen. Wa ala alihi wa ahlihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Welcome to this first panel, which is on a topic of immense importance, harnessing principles of Islamic economics and finance to tackle global challenges. This is the topic on which our panelists would be sharing their views, and the panel is very distinguished. We have with us Professor Dr. Mehmet Bulut, former President of 𝗠𝗶𝐵H Istanbul 𝗠𝗶𝐵H 𝗨𝐵H University, and he is a scholar of impeccable academic and non-academic credentials. And I congratulate him for receiving his Lifetime Achievement Award today at this 6th World Islamic Economics and Finance Conference. And this is a well-deserved recognition for which all of us, we once again congratulate him. Our second panelist is Professor Dr. Abdul Khaliq, who is Professor and Managing Director of Superior University, Lahore. And I'm sure he has a lot to share with us on the global challenges, and I would expect him to give reference to the challenges which Pakistan is facing in this respect as well. Our third panelist is Dr. 𝗶𝗵 𝗵𝗷 who is Head of Islamic Finance at 𝐃𝐞𝐧𝐿 University, Lahore campus. And as an academician of varied interest, not only in Islamic finance, but in other aspects of Islamic economy as well, I hope and I believe that he is going to share a very diverse and balanced view on the topic we have chosen for our today's panel discussion. And last but not least, our panelist, Mr. Ihsan Over. He is Secretary General of Standards and Metrology Institute for the Islamic countries, and he has traveled all the way from Istanbul to attend this conference. So this panel, in a way, is very balanced. We have two Turkish panelists and two Pakistani panelists, and it is being moderated by a Pakistani who happens to be British at the same time as well. So we have been given about 60 minutes, so without spending too much time on the introductions, I would like to say a few words and then I would ask the panelists to share their introductory remarks. From the topic, I would like to pick up the last bit, which is the global challenges. When we look at the global challenges faced by us, if someone in the West has to pick up the first and the foremost important challenge, I think they would pick up sustainability. Someone in America, you ask them what is the biggest challenge facing the humanity, they would say sustainability is probably the most important challenge. If I ask the same question, someone in the African continent, my feeling is that they would say poverty and income inequalities. So I believe these two, if we focus on these two challenges, sustainability and poverty and income inequalities, these are two very important challenges facing the humanity, facing the earth, and of course the people living on it. I'm sure our panelists, they would have their own views on the global challenges and how Islamic economics and finance principles can be used to tackle these global challenges. I would like to take the discretion of starting from my right-hand side, and far right, I would like to request my friend Dr. 𝗶𝗵 𝗵𝗷 to share his views in this introductory statement of about 2 minutes, and then I would go to my next panel and then going to my left. So Dr. 𝗶𝗵 𝗵𝗷.
Thank you very much, Professor Da, and thank you, 𝗏 University, for arranging this conference and the panel discussion. So when we look at global challenges and approaches which globally actually evolving, we reach to the conclusion that we as human beings have grown. We have grown intellectually, aesthetically, and emotionally. Now we do relate to the broader challenges of mankind. It is because of this maturity that we are now considering options for investing in ventures having potential to contribute to the well-being of society, addressing pressing global challenges such as poverty, environmental degradation, illiteracy, contaminations, and scarcity of resources. However, we are still caught with the dichotomy of impact and return when it comes to investing. Making an impact involves stopping ignoring our world's problems and making even a small contribution towards a better future. It is to join the movement of like-minded, compassionate people who realize that they have to act now together to have a better future tomorrow. A recently published Oxford Faith-Aligned Impact Finance report identified significant opportunities for faith-aligned capital to create an impact in climate-focused investing, ESG or SRI initiatives. For those who are not from finance background, ESG stands for environment, social and governance, and SRI stands for social responsible investing. So the faith-aligned finance and impact investing map 360 separate organizations connected to Abrahamic, Dharmic, and other religions. Total net assets mapped are valued at approximately $5 trillion. And the breakdown is Christian aligned capital, $260 million, Islamic sovereign capital, around $3 trillion, Islamic private finance, almost $1 trillion, Dharmic capital, $300 billion, and Jewish capital, $16 billion. According to the report, only 3% is specifically attributed to impact creation or socially responsible investing or ESG. For Christian funds, this number is 1%, while for Islamic funds, it is 3.22%. Impact investing represents between 0.6 and 2% of global assets under management, suggesting perhaps that Islamic finance may be ahead of the global average. So initial interviews in this report aimed at understanding why more faith-aligned capital was not being used to create impact found that there is likely a significant number of investment decision makers in the faith world that also prioritize return and do not necessarily accept that faith-aligned capital should be treated any differently than other capital when it comes to investment. In other cases, there appear to be religious objections, which prevails in our society as well, to generating a return when the intention is to create impact. This is what we actually say, that if we belong to Islamic banking industry and if we wish to invest, then why we are expecting the return? So it should be voluntary. So impact investment has been defined as investments made with the intention to generate positive and measurable social and environmental impact alongside a financial return. Impact investments can be made in both emerging and developed markets and target a range of returns from below market to market rate, depending on investors' strategic goals. The report further suggests millennials, about 45% of whom consider social responsibility a factor in investment decision making, and also state a desire to invest their funds to help others. So the young generation will, over the next 10 years, be benefiting from trillions of dollars available in this specific segment. And importantly, 90% of women investors believe in making a positive impact on society. An exciting spectrum for sustainable investment aligned with SDGs has been delineated while identifying 3 categories. Number 1, impact only. Number 2, impact first. And number 3, finance first with expected returns. So impact only is about grants and philanthropy, so it is beyond today's discussion. Surprising, the market size for impact first has been showed in billions of dollars with expected returns up to 11%. In the category of finance first, sustainable investment spectrum has the potential of trillions of dollars with expected returns as high as 18%. So the report concludes that a greater movement of capital towards impact creation is about to take place, with faith-aligned actors potentially leading the way. Therefore, Islamic finance has enormous potential to tackle global challenges and occupy central place in evolving dynamics of financial industry. Thank you very much.
Very thought-provoking first statement. Basically, whatever challenges in terms of poverty alleviation and other problems we face, there is already in the mainstream a lot of activities being undertaken, and Islamic finance can join hands with the likes of impact financing, ESG, SRI, CSR related movements to come up with a regime which should provide an impact, and at the same time the financials would not be compromised. This is in a way a summary of what Dr. 𝗵𝗔 𝗨𝗵𝐵𝐴 has shared with us. Thank you very much. We would come back to you. Now I would like to request my friend Mr. 𝗍𝗵 to come up with his opening statement on the topic. Please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable participants, excellencies, dear brothers and sisters, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I would like to thank Minhaj University Lahore for inviting me to address at the 6th World Islamic Economy and Finance Conference, which brings together various experts who share a deep interest in Islamic finance, and I strongly believe that this conference will be a productive platform for fruitful discussions for the further enhancement of Islamic finance. Distinguished guests, Islamic finance offers a proposition that is based on social responsibility and ethical practices that emphasize risk management principles. Not only it integrates universal moral values with economic activities, but also plays an essential role in achieving sustainable development. Core Islamic principles that promote inclusivity, equity, property rights, and ethics are also very much in line with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Islamic finance has many important advantages which can make a difference by improving the stability of the financial sector with a features such as profit and loss sharing arrangements and requirements for a link with the real economy through the creation of physical assets. There is no doubt there is a growing awareness both in the community and also among policymakers of the potential of Islamic finance, which also attracts great interest in countries where Islam is not necessarily the predominant religion. While the Islamic financial services industry has experienced such as a tremendous growth in recent years, has not got only one answer. First of all, a quarter of the world's population is made up of Muslims, and many Muslim consumers demand Sharia-based financial products. Secondly, strong economic performance of many Muslim countries in recent years positively affect the growth of Islamic banking. Additionally, non-Muslim enterprises and investors also demand these types of instruments based on different motives, which all in all contribute to greater competitiveness and public welfare. Particularly due to the structure of Islamic finance, which emphasizes the principle of risk sharing and partnership, grand financial centers such as London, Singapore, and Hong Kong are adopting the various measures to accommodate Islamic finance in their existing financial regimes. On the other hand, as an emerging branch of halal industry, Islamic finance needs to promote greater convergence of Sharia practices to facilitate more cross-border transactions. For that, mutual recognition of standards and global extent of Islamic finance regulatory requirements are required. Brothers and sisters, just like other halal lifestyle, unified standards are key elements for Islamic finance as well. Considering the previously applied practices, there should be also an appropriate method to have a harmonized approach through standardization. Hence, international cooperation and collaboration on standardization of Islamic finance is essential in order to be inclusive for the contribution of industry players, standards bodies, Islamic experts from International Islamic Fiqh Academy. WIEFC, through its Standing Committee for Economic and Commercial Cooperation, COMSEC, has been exerting great efforts to gather all relevant actors in Islamic finance industry to find the best approach in finding a common initiatives. In this regard, COMSEC has established a working group for financial cooperation, which had 18 meetings to date. CIMIC is also actively following making contribution to this working group, in which many case studies have been conducted to find best practices. Considering the importance of Islamic finance, unified standards are essential for its sustainability, and CIMIC is the official organ of the WIEFC for standardization and can be used as a platform to combine the efforts and experience gained so far. So I would like to highlight that we will continue to follow these initiatives and make our contribution in the best possible way. In this way, I would like to pray Allah Almighty for the positive results of these joint efforts that we have carried out, and I thank you for your kind attention. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much. I would like to highlight 3 points which 𝗍𝗏 has made in his opening remark. He emphasized on the role of ethics, and this is something Islamic Economics and Finance has emphasized and highlighted in a big way. And he tried to relate this to Sustainable Development Goals movement, which has become global in its outreach. Second thing, he reminded us once again, like so many other scholars, the profit-loss sharing, risk-sharing aspect of Islamic finance, which must be implemented in such a way that we, Muslims, as part of the global economy, can come up with some solutions for tackling the challenges we face. And having come from a standardization body, he shared his very important views on the need for standardization of processes and products to ensure that whatever solution, whatever tool we come up with as a solution to a problem, that is standardized over the countries and across the regions, and this should be cost effective because of standardization as well. So thank you very much. We would come back to you again. And now I would like to request my friend Professor Dr. Abdul Khalik, who comes from Lahore, and I believe that you would come up with some food-related solutions for the humanity as well.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, I am thankful the Manhaj University and their management. They gave me chance to discuss some point of view regarding this hot issue, and I am thankful, and also Brother Humayun, that he suggests me my chairman of the panel, that I have only 2 minutes, but I said I need only 1 minute because I saw that, mashallah, 100 of researchers and distinguished guests are there, and a lot of debate have already done regarding the challenges and the principle of Islam, Islamic economics, and as well as finance. I want only one thing to discuss with my scholars, and that is very important. That thing is not only belong to the principle of Islamic economics and finance, because I think Google is there and a lot of research engines are there. You go back to home or universities or research centers and you can study a lot of material from there, as well as challenges, that how we can overcome these challenges, particularly in this era all over the world. Recession is there, unemployment is there, inequality of wealth is there. Lots of challenges are there. But I want to discuss and to say you one thing to my scholars, that is hope. I request you one thing, that please always be hopeful. All these problems, all these difficulties, all these challenges, you can remove everything and you will be the number one, inshallah, by the grace of Almighty Allah, if you have the hope. And second most important thing to overcome these challenges is believe. Believe on yourself and believe on Allah. If you have these two beliefs, one, please don't believe on Nawaz Sharif, don't believe on Zardari, don't believe on Imran Khan, don't believe anyone else. Believe on Allah and Hazrat Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and believe on yourself. Inshallah, you will see inshallah that in future, not only Pakistan, and I am strongly, with due respect, disagreed with one of the key speaker, Dr. Kaf, that he's using one word which really hurts me, that is third world country. So please don't use third world countries. There are two type of countries. One is underdeveloped countries and one is developing countries. Yes, no doubt, Pakistan in the line of underdeveloped country, but you see that inshallah, with the grace of Allah and the conferences which we are holding in Pakistan, like this 𝗏𝗏𝗏 University as well, and you people, our main resources there, youngsters are there. Inshallah, very soon, if you work hard, if you believe on Allah, and if you don't lose your hope, inshallah, you will see that all these challenges, inshallah, be overcome, and one day you will become Pakistan superior and supreme Pakistan, and you also contribute all over the world. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A message of hope and having strong belief. Okay, this could be a panacea to all the economic and non-economic ills the humanity faces. Thank you very much, Professor. Now I would like to go to my friend Professor Mahmoud Bulut, and once again congratulations for this Lifetime Achievement Award. I was telling him that this is not the end of the life. This is the start of another life. And so I would request you to give him a big round of applause for this achievement. Professor Dr. Mahmoud Bulut, he takes very interesting kind of dimensions when it comes to his views. I remember one of his talks during Cambridge Islamic Finance Leadership Program, and you came up with this Ottoman perspective on creating leadership. And with respect to today's topic, harnessing principles of Islamic economics and finance to tackle global challenges, Mahmoud, what would you like to say?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bismillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah. I would like to thank the leadership of Minhaj University of Lahore, to Deputy Chairman of the University, and to the Vice Chancellor and their team for giving me this Life Achievement Award on Islamic Economics and Finance. It's a big honor for me to have it. When I received it together with our Professor Munzir Kaf, we are working together now at Istanbul Zaim University. I feel I am now an old man, but Professor 𝗏𝗏𝗏 told me that this is the beginning. Inshallah, it can be a new energy and inshallah we can get the best reward from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the day of the judgment. Inshallah, with our Iman, Islam, and to be a good Muslim as muhsinun, to do the best for Islam, for Islamic economics and finance, and to make good contributions to all of the world, inshallah, that today we are discussing. We as Muslims are faced today with a big challenges, Mr. Chairman. And not just Muslims, but all humanity is facing with big challenges. We as Muslims, this is our second big challenge time in our Islamic civilization. The first challenge was appeared in the time, in the beginning time of the second millennium period. And at that time, we faced with big challenge from the East and West. And at that time, with new mentality, paradigm, ijtihad, and with establishing a good institutions, first educational institutions, we prepared a good answer, and I would say we give a good reaction to that challenge. And in that millennium till the 20th century, the Muslims were real actors in the world history, in the East, West, Asia, Europe, Africa, in all of the world. But unfortunately, in the recent century, in 20th century, when we enter to that century, tomorrow, inshallah, in my speech, I will give more detail on this issue. But with the collapse of Ottoman Empire, we as Muslims, by the effect of Industrial Revolution, mostly the economic effect, we lost several things. But the most important thing, we lost the unity. And of course, we lost the believing what we can do. This is maybe the most important thing that we lost. Today, as Muslims, with these big challenges, we can make a big contributions to the world of Islamic Ummah and also to rest of the world. And I think the world is looking for our voices and our solutions. As Professor Dar mentioned, when we look at the West, they are discussing the sustainability within this respect. To, Homo economicus paradigm today created so many economic, social, financial, cultural, family issues, very big challenges. And the solutions, real solutions with the nature, with the peace with humanity and the environment and the nature, just can come from the Muslims. But what we are doing, we lost so many things. We missed 20th century because we lost energy first to fight for independence, as you know. Alhamdulillah, today we have more than 60 Islamic countries. But what we are doing as individuals, as institutions, as families, as the governments, as civil society, as public, private, or third sector, what we are doing. This is the main issue. So, first we need to change the mentality for these big challenges. We need to change our worldview. We have very big advantages. The theory, the book, and the way of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the Sunnah is there. Very big heritage. Our history is very rich. And today we just need to change our mentality and to realize this heritage, this theory, to realize the practical solutions. But in which way? We have to change. Just for now, I would like to give a very simple example. Now, I am promoting some PhD theses. One of them is on sustainable development. The other one is on zakat. Let me give you an example about zakat. My student is working on the zakat issue on the time of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam on real estate, then for the time of the Ottoman times and the present time. And he made a good presentation in the 12th Fundamental Basic Islamic Finance Conference, and he was selected as the best paper. What he was discussing? He was discussing the issue of the zakat during the time of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam for real estate. And he come to conclusion that there is no very serious zakat amount for real estate during the time of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Why? Because, it's very common known from all of you, when in a day Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam walked on the street with his companions, and he has seen a house with second flat, and he asked, who built this? And they said, that companion, and he said, please request from him to destroy the second flat. We know this story, but we do not know the results. When you look at the 𝗍𝗓 𝗵𝗵𝗔, or the most important Sahaba, the companions, you will see that most of them are the rich. But they do not have big real estates, big houses. They have very simple houses. Their life was very simple. They accumulated huge capital. They had huge sources. But all these sources were in use for support the economy, social life. In this respect, today we are discussing, if it is Islamic economics, they were in mudaraba, musharaka, sharing economy, sharing profit, sharing life, or within Islamic social finance, with waqf, they were establishing the waqf, zakat, sadaqah. So, all sources were in the economy. But today, when you look at the capitalist system, what are doing the capitalists? The same thing. They are accumulating, putting the money under their pillow, and, for big houses, waste of money. What we are doing as Muslims, the same thing. We are discussing as Islamic economics, and in 2 days we will discuss the same thing. Sometimes I like this kind of conferences, but most of time I dislike. Because we are speaking, but do not realize any practical solutions. I hope when we finish this conference, all of us as individuals will make an intention to change our mentality and life. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I did not know that you were going to close your statement in such a way that it is going to be in very close synchronization with what I intended to ask next. The Islamic economic principles or Islamic life principles, they are based on modesty, moderation, minimalism, and so on. So when we look at these principles, it appears as if they are anti-growth. Right? So if you are leading a simple life, as Professor 𝗵𝗵𝗵 suggested, a capitalist would say that this is not going to be very helpful in an economy where the objective is to grow. If people are not spending, this means the economy is not going to grow. However, at the same time, these are noble principles which Islam has highlighted over the centuries, and in a way, now they have become basis for sustainable development goals as well. Okay. I live in the West, and there is now huge emphasis on simplicity. There's huge emphasis on making sure that there is no wastage. And we know that in Islam there is huge emphasis on reducing extravagance. Moderation is a virtue which every one of us should try to follow. This is a very well-known principle of Islam. And we, as economists, we have taken a view that if we are moderate in our behavior, if we are modest in our living, if we are minimalist, then this would not be very helpful when it comes to growth. So I would like to go back to Dr. Abdus-Sattar Abbasi to shed his views, whether growth is something, an important ultimate objective, or this is something helpful as a means to achieve something higher, and how Islamic principles, Islamic economic principles, Islamic social principles, or Islamic way of life in general can help us in coming up with solutions to the problems facing the humanity.
Yeah. Look, actually, we as Ummah are very emotional people, by the way. I will stick to the topic. Yeah. So that is harnessing principles of Islamic economics and finance to tackle global challenges. So what the last speaker said, that the simplicity was there, but all of the Sahaba were very good businessmen. They used to invest and wisely, and they were very good businessmen, and they made a lot of money. So one of the Sahaba, according to the recent research, was the wealthiest person in a human history, right? So his gold was actually, was distributed after his death, in a huge amount. So simplicity should remain there. Extravagance should be discouraged. But at the same time, when we are talking in this conference, we are actually giving, guidelines to our generations that how you can take Islamic finance and earn as much money as you wish while you are creating an impact on a society. So as I told you, with the reference of an Oxford University's recent report, that you can do both together. And millennials, the young generation, is very wise. What this particular report mentioned, that they are investing in environmentally and socially responsible projects. So the purpose, and the entire globe is actually now searching solutions for the pressing problems such as poverty, environmental degradation, and scarcity of resources. So what we can suggest to the young generation and the young generation of investors, that okay, fine, this is a very good lesson. Keep your life simple, save money, and invest in socially responsible initiatives. This should be actually the guideline. If we will, if we'll encourage simplicity, so obviously we'll not grow, right? So you need to grow. You need to have ambitions. Good ambitions to earn more money, right? To do more business, to contribute more to the society, and keep your life simple so that you don't invest in relatively less productive sectors, as Professor Bose said, that investing in, dumping your money in a capital, in a real estate is obviously not serving the economy anywhere around the globe, and it is not serving in Pakistan as well. So instead of, dumping your resources, financial resources in real sector, it's better to invest in in those sectors where you can create more jobs, you can help more people to earn, and you can help economy to grow. So these actually should go parallel. We should, keep our traditions, which we inherit from our Qurun Ula, and we should invest wisely and socially responsible manner for earn more and more money.
Excellent. I think, okay, this is a very good summary. Excellence, okay, I would like to say it has a dimension of taqwa as well, right? So excellence means earn as much as you can. However, don't spend that money on yourself, rather try to spend that money on social causes. Now, in the contemporary world, a person like me who runs a number of awards, I think that if we come up with a recognition for these efforts, this would enhance the virtue. Okay, and I would probably come to this point later if we have some time. I would like to request my brother 𝐼𝐬𝐥𝐚𝐦𝐢𝐜 if you could extend your view on the same thing, how the Islamic principles, whether they're social, economic, or general principles, how can they be used to come up with a solution for global challenges which are consistent with the Sustainable Development Goals or other global thinking, which has over the years become very Islamic in its nature, at least.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim again. As a standards body and authority for bringing the standards for all issues for OIC member states, these issues for the Islamic finance is sometimes coming to our agenda, but still we don't have any committee or working on this study. We are working with the COMSEC, as I mentioned it in my speech, and then Islamic Academy sometimes we are discussing. But as you know, in our times, money is not in our house and in our pocket. Our money is in banking, saving banks. We have to be sure our money is in safe and in halal. And we investor and all companies doing their all purchasing and selling, receiving salary, everything is within banking. And then everybody want to be sure we are in riba or not part of riba. And then also as the SDGs ask people to be more happy, more comfortable, and more be safe and social responsibility, many things for the humanity. And as the Islamic Institute and as Muslim, we have to solve the Muslim problems and make them happiness and for the future. As I hope in the future we will bring standards. Standards means something all people, all Muslims agree on and will be respect and can be implemented in the daily life. Inshallah, in the future we will have understandable and applicable standards in this area. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much. I have been reminded that some of you are very hungry. Okay, and hence I should go back to you seeking some questions. So if I can ask for just 2 questions from the audience before we move towards conclusion of this session. So anyone from the audience, 1 question from this side, another one from this side, which means 1 question from men and half a question from women, because I know that women, normally they come up with very difficult questions. Right. So anyone volunteering? We'll come to who? Yeah. Who's going to ask?
Hello.
Yes. Okay.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Actually, I don't have a question, rather I have a comment I really want to appreciate the theme of the conference, and I really want to appreciate the management, the Vice Chancellor, and the Deputy Chair of the University, that they have conducted this wonderful conference on this wonderful topic of Islamic economics. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for your encouragement, and I'm happy that this wasn't a question, because this was going to take a lot of time, but thank you. From this side, anyone would like to ask a question? There is this one young lady at the end.
Student is there.
Okay, let's ask the students.
Yes.
If I think that would be good. In the middle. Can you share your name, your department and course you are doing, and your question?
Assalamu alaikum. I am Faiza Arshad from Government College University, Lahore. I am the student of 𝗠𝗶hi batch. Khadi ho jaओ.
Please rise from your seat.
Okay.
Thank you.
So my question is related to riba. In present times, without IMF, we all know that our existence is not possible. So is there any way to make riba, the interest-bearing activities, a part of ijtihad, so that our workings are not against the teachings of Islam? Yeah, that is my question. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. We will come to this question, but let's ask another one before we ask our panelists to answer these questions. So there was one, yes, please.
Assalamu alaikum.
And can you please stand up?
Yeah. Actually, my question is about the Islamic finance. If we talk about the banks, the company, we have to register the Islamic bank under the banking ordinance. We have to register the company. Would you please tell me, is there any evidence in the Islam that you can format a company, a fictitious person who has a legal value, who has you can make the transaction on the name of this bank, like we can take the example of Mizan Bank. It is a legal entity. And in Islam, I think so, there's no concept of the company. You are going to just register a person, just a name. On the basis of that name, you just dealing with the public. Is there an evidence of the company formation in the Islam?
Thank you very much. I would actually like to disallow both the questions. The questions should have been relevant to the theme of the session. Okay. So I would not allow, I would continue with our conversation, okay, which is about harnessing the principles of Islamic economics and finance to tackle global challenges. So my two panelists already, they have actually contributed very significantly, starting with Professor Mahmoud Bulut, who referred to simplicity, moderation. These are the real principles, and they are pillars of an Islamic way of life. Dr. Abdul Sattar Abbasi, he then further elaborated on that one, and then there was some reference that if we can make these principles as standard principles, then they are going to help us in a sustainable way. So continuing on that conversation, I would like to go to my brother, Professor Dr. Abdul Khalik. Would you like to add something on it?
Yes, sir. I add two things. One is very important, that simplicity, which I already discussed a lot. But the problem is that the mindset. Okay, simplicity never means that we have nothing, we don't have enough food, we don't have enough room or a building to live, or like this, we don't have the money. Not at all. Simplicity means that we don't waste our money in unproductive things. Only like in real estate is very good as well, but the thing is that you look at the castles, why they build? It's the wastage of time, wastage of money, wastage of resources. And second most important thing, that in Islam, I clear one thing which I study a lot in my research, little bit. I study a lot of books, and I never saw anywhere that Islam restricts you to earn profit. Islam never stops you that you can't earn profit, and job system is not the perfect system in Islam. Even according to Hazrat Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and Quran, that 9 parts of risk are in business, not in job. So I suggest everyone that one of our key note speaker, he addresses that entrepreneurship, the mindset which discussed by the Professor, that you have to change the mindset. That mindset, I am also the professor of entrepreneur, my PhD is also in entrepreneurship. The need of Pakistani nation or youngster, that they have changed mindset, they think entrepreneurial solutions, and most important is design thinking. If you work on it, if you think like entrepreneur, if you work on design thinking, then definitely you can overcome the challenges as Dr. Saab and all of the panel discuss here. So my humble request to all of you that change start from yourself. Challenges can overcome by you 150 or 300 people sitting there. And one last thing which I started when I start my session, that hope and believe. Right. Again, I request you, please don't lose hope. MashaAllah, Islam is the only, I think that nowadays Islam is the only religion, and Islamic economic is the only fundamental who can overcome these challenges. But definitely, force behind this is you people. If you are positive, if you are entrepreneur, if you learn design thinking, if you learn simplicity, if you learn how to contribute the society, inshallah, I challenge that one day, inshallah ta'ala, Pakistan and Islamic Ummah will be the leader of all these challenges, and inshallah overcome all these challenges.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So entrepreneurship, this is a new dimension which Professor Dr. Abdul Khaliq has mentioned. The last, because we have been reminded once again that we are running out of the time. Professor Mahmoud Bulut, just 50 seconds, a kind of wrapping statement from you, and then I would say something to conclude it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to mention 2 verses from the Quran. One is the Surah Asr. As you know, Imam Shafi said that just this surah was enough for all of us. There are the verses 6,663. One surah was enough for all of us. Bismillah. Wal asr innal insana lafi khusr illa alladhina amanu wa amilu salihat wa tawasaw bil haqq wa tawasaw bis sabr. This is the solution. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, we are wasting our time, and all of us are in losing. We are losing everything except the mu'minun, the iman, the believe in Allah, believe in God, tawheed, and to do amalan salihah, to do the right thing after believing. And, to explain this to everybody and to make a sabr. What is amalan salihah? This is the issue. In the Surah Mulk, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala explained this. Bismillah. الَّذِي خَلَقَ الْمَوْتَ وَالْحَيَاةَ لِيَبْلُوَكُمْ أَيُّكُمْ أَحْسَنُ عَمَلًا وَهُوَ الْعَزِيزُ الْحَكِيمُ. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created us, this world and hereafter, for doing exams to see who is doing his job, his work better than the other or the best. Look yourself, look your family, look your institution, you look your responsibilities. Are you doing the better than the other? Are you doing the best in the world? This is the main issue, I think, and from individual level to institutional level, from, in Islamic finance, we have to make profit. It's right. When you look at the companions and the expansion of Islamic civilization was expanded by merchants rather than by sword, by ulama, by ilm, by the class of ilm and irfan rather than the sword. What they were doing in recent century, starting before 𝗍𝗵 Iqbal, he also, the serious thinkers discussed this issue. But the main issue is how we will change our mentality, how we will change ourselves, how we will change our culture, our climate. This is the main issue. The example is that the Prophet life, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and the companions' life. When he made the last khutbah, his last message, there were 100,000 and 25,000 companions. But more than 100,000 companions died outside of Hijaz. What they were doing? They were merchants. They were making money. So, of course, I am suggesting the simple life. But all sources, all energy, all our ability from our mind, from our heart, we have to use it. We are responsible for that. Make money and, make big profit in the way of halal, mudaraba, musharaka, and then make contribution to the waqf, to zakat, to sadaqah, to microfinance, to empowering the humanity. This is the biggest investment is to make waqf, to make that kind of contribution rather than to individual profit. But of course, both sides is halal. And we can, do really good contribution to solving this, the present time of the economic, social, and financial problems. And we can react in a good, way with this big challenge. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Given that we have only 20 seconds, I would like to summarize what my worthy panelists have said. Basically, we have identified 5 general principles: modesty, moderation, minimalism, comprehensiveness, and excellence or taqwa. So these are general behavioral rules, which every one of us should adopt to what we have identified rather surprisingly to come up with an Islamic mercantilist approach for us to make tons of money, which the Muslims did in the past, and part of that money should be used in socially responsible projects and activities for the welfare of the mankind and of course for the welfare of Muslims in need as well. This approach can bring a solution which hopefully would be more sustainable than the kind of solutions we had in the past. I am sure, ladies and gentlemen, you would agree with me that in this 1 hour we have covered a lot of things in a very efficient manner. And this efficiency comes primarily because of me. I'm just joking. It's because of the panelists. They have actually managed their time very well, which has allowed me to overstep only a bit in terms of time allocated. Though I would like to thank all the panelists, and I would like to thank the conference organizers for giving us an opportunity to share some of our ideas. And I would like to thank you all for being very patient. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I kindly request Deputy Chairman, Professor Dr. 𝗠𝗶H𝗵𝗷 𝗨𝐻𝐵𝘃𝗲𝗿𝐀, the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shahzad, to present the shields to our honorable guests. Yes, in front of the stage, please. I also request retired Brigadier Mohammed Iqbal Saab to accompany. Yes. The first shield is going to be presented to Professor Dr. 𝗵𝗷 𝗨𝐻𝐵𝗃𝗲𝗿𝗀, Director General, Cambridge IFA from the UK. Please a big round of applause for Professor Dr. 𝗵𝗷 𝗨𝗻𝗥. The second shield is going to be presented to Professor Dr. Mehmet Bulut. A big round of applause for Professor Dr. Mehmet Bulut. The next shield is presented to Professor Dr. Abdul Khalik, Professor and Managing Director, Superior University, Lahore. The next shield is presented to Dr. Abdul Sattar Abbasi. A big round of applause. The head of Center of Islamic Finance, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 University, Islamabad, from Lahore campus. And the final shield is going to be presented in this session to Mr. Ihsan Oğuz, Secretary General of Standards and Metrology Institute for Islamic Countries, SMIC, from Turkey. Ladies and gentlemen, the great moment has arrived. Now we'll have the lunch and prayer break. I kindly request the ushers to escort the VIP guests from the main marquee to the lunch marquee. And the remaining participants, I kindly request to remain seated. I request the management team to bring the VIP guests and the audience back by 1:45 p.m. sharp, so we may start the next session. I kindly request the respected guests to be back by 1:50.
Ibn Sina Library and Resource Center. A place where you meet. A place where you educate. A place where you get informed. A place where you recreate. A place where you get knowledge. A place where you connect to the world. A place where you become something. A place where you entertain. A place where you never stop dreaming. Ibn Sina Library and Resource Center, Minhaj University, Lahore. Ibn Sina Library and Resource Center. A place where you meet. A place where you educate. A place where you get informed. A place where you recreate. A place where you get knowledge. A place where you connect to the world. A place where you become something. A place where you entertain. A place where you never stop dreaming. Ibn Sina Library and Resource Center, Minhaj University, Lahore. Ibn Sina Library and Resource Center. A place where you meet. A place where you educate. A place where you get informed. A place where you recreate. A place where you get knowledge. A place where you connect to the world. A place where you become something. A place where you entertain. A place where you never stop dreaming. Ibn Sina Library and Resource Center, Minhaj University, Lahore. Ibn Sina Library and Resource Center. A place where you meet. A place where you educate. A place where you get informed. A place where you recreate. A place where you get knowledge. A place where you connect to the world. A place where you become something. A place where you entertain. A place where you never stop dreaming. Ibn Sina Library and Resource Center, Minhaj University, Lahore.
Rating expert at the Islamic Fiqh Academy, IMF consultant on Islamic finance, and resource person for islamonline.net. Professor Dr. 𝗠𝗶 also served as the head of research in IRTI IDB, senior research economist and director of finance in the Islamic Society of North America. Lecturing for more than 50 years, he is the author of 30 books, more than 100 published articles, and scores of conference and encyclopedia entries on awqaf, zakat, Islamic finance and banking, and other areas of Islamic economics. I would request Dr. Professor 𝗠𝗶 to kindly start the keynote speech planned for today. Thank you, sir.
السلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Well, assalamu alaikum everybody, and please, for the organizer, as you gave previous speakers and previous sessions more generous time, be kind of patient and generous with me until I finish my ideas. What I want to talk about is about our methodology in our research on Islamic economics and finance. And I mean especially those of us who got Western training, or at least secular Western style training in economics, like me and people like me all. I mean especially these people, we have done some kind of mistakes or maybe misorientation in our study of Islamic
Recording in progress.
And finance. Now, Okay, are we back?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, then let me go on again. What my idea about our methodology of research in Islamic economics and finance is that we, especially those who got training in secular system, whether it is in Muslim countries or in the West, people who studied economics as secular economics from point of view of secularism, and then they came to make research in Islamic economics and in Islamic finance. We've made very often certain mistakes that are sometimes serious and important. Let me start with examples before we talk about what we've done in fact. Take an issue, for instance, the idea that is commonly taught in every undergraduate course on Islamic economics and in every graduate course also on Islamic economics. Many people have taught that the idea that money is not a commodity. Where did it come from? It did not come at all from looking at the history of money in Islamic economics, in Muslim society. It did not come from the text of the Quran or the text of the Sunnah. Rather, we know for sure that at the time of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, money was at the same time a commodity. And even in one of the famous hadith that is so famous in our studies, the hadith that talks about the 6 items, the 6 items are all commodities, as a matter of fact. Even though 2 of them, gold and silver, were used as money, but in fact, because we did not realize that money can be a commodity, we kind of in our studies excluded the 4 other items, thinking that the reason for the treating them in this hadith like money, the reason is because they are food and they are storable, they are dryable, they are whatnot. In fact, they are quasi-money. In that hadith, they are only quasi-money. So the idea of money cannot be a commodity distorted us from that. Further, it took us even one step further. We who make research in Islamic economics and finance, think of interest as a monetary phenomenon. Interest, in fact, is not a monetary phenomenon. Interest, when interest was prohibited in the Quran at the time of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, it was prohibited as increment in a debt, whether the debt was in terms of money or in other than money. So we talk that النقود لا تلد النقود, money does not give birth to money. And we talk about interest as a monetary phenomenon. In fact, that even has driven us away from the right idea to look at why interest is prohibited, because it is an increment in an asset that does not increase. Not because it is a monetary phenomenon or because money does not give birth to money. Debt, in fact, debt rather, not money, debt does not give birth to debt. So that idea was quite different, and that has many implications also in our studies. Take another example. The idea of risk sharing. Where did we get it from? In fact, it didn't come in the Sunnah. It didn't come in the Quran. It didn't come anywhere from our Islamic sources. Risk sharing came from
recording stopped.
Observations in the West. Why the recording stopped? Please resume recording. We need recording. Okay. So the
Recording
idea,
in progress.
the idea then, risk sharing didn't come, in fact, from us. It came from that Western, call it, or secularist studies of economics and finance, not from the Islamic sources. In the Islamic sources, for instance, it always says musharaka is not really better. Partners may have dispute between them, may cheat each other, may not be honest to each other, and only why then the musharaka? Musharaka is not really better. It doesn't say anywhere that musharaka is better in our sources. That distortion of our point of starting took us one step further also, even to misrepresent, I should say, the translation of the verse that is the main verse about riba prohibition. وَأَحَلَّ اللَّهُ الْبَيْعَ وَحَرَّمَ الرِّبَى. We translated it, instead of saying أَحَلَّ الْبَيْعَ, that God made sale permissible, we said business, because we want to reach from it. Sharing risk is good. It's not really business. What the verse says is sale and not business, and there is a big difference between business and sale. That doesn't mean business is haram, or making partnership or sharing with others is haram. No, it is okay, but it is not the fundamental principle in our ideas. It's a side issue. It's not a central, a focus issue. Another point, for instance, at the time of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the government of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and the government of the companions after it, and for almost 100 years going on, did not at all monopolize the issuance of currency. Currency was imported from the Romans and the Persian, and nobody cared about it. Throughout Islamic history, if you have gold or silver, you can make always currency. All you need, take your gold bullion or silver bullion or pieces in whatever form they were, go to the mint house and convert them into coined money. And you can do that. And the only thing the government does is to regulate that, so that the appropriate weight will be there in this money that you create. So who said that money should be monopolized only by the government? Actually, in our use of credit cards, we create money. So not only banks create money, but also individuals who use credit cards create money. So again, why should we be so strong attacking? Banks should not create money. Where does it come from? It came only from Western studies. It is though minority even in the West, but we adopted it as if it were part of the Islamic system. It is not really. Money could be monopolized by the government, could be created by banks, could be created by credit card users, and could be created probably in the future by more ways that the future will tell us about it. So the idea that we always feel uncomfortable with banks creating money, we need to be really looked at from a different angle. Okay? The angle of injustice is an angle that could be there, that is important. We need to look at it. But to think that it is simply because money should be only created by the government, it is only one of the functions and one of the exclusive jobs of the government, that is not from the Islamic sources. another issue that we've done very often when we fail to look at the individual text and we try to see their meaning, and I'll come to put some ideas in the positive way, not only in a negative way, not only criticizing, but I'm going to suggest some ideas for reform in our methodology. But we always do, many of us, we resort to maqasid al-sharia. Objectives of sharia are so important. In objectives of sharia, as a matter of fact, most of them are derived from the individual texts of ordinances and prohibitions and what is desired, what is not desired, and so on. Most of the objectives of Sharia are derived from that. So when we talk about objectives of Sharia, very often we resort to it because we fail to deal with the individual text. We could not understand. We could not activate in our research the individual texts that we have in the Quran and also in the Sunnah. I will be coming to a few examples on this and suggestion of what is then the alternative, how we should do. We need people who are well indulged in understanding the Islamic fiqh, in understanding its details, in understanding the way fiqh is derived from the original text of the Quran and Sunnah and other general principles. We need to understand that. Once we understand it and we are equipped adequately with textual understanding, then we can talk about many things. Let me observe, for instance, that we have neglected in our studies certain areas because we neglected the text. An area, for instance, of social security. Social security actually started with the Sahifa, with that constitution that the Prophet ﷺ wrote and adopted for the communities that consisted the society of Al-Medina when he established the Islamic State. And that was, of course, on the hand of the Prophet ﷺ and was the first exemplary Islamic State. The Sahifa talks about individual, about community-based social security. We did not refer to that. We need to study social security from the original text of Islam, what the Prophet ﷺ did, what the Quran implies, and also what the Khulafa after the Prophet ﷺ and the traditional Muslim society has how we dealt with the issue of social security. Protection of private ownership. Again, it's dealt with only on the side, not as a focus point in our studies of Islamic economics. I argue that protection and respect of private ownership is the cornerstone of Islamic economics, and it is the cornerstone of the theory of development, of the theory of consumption, and of the theory of economic growth and economic development. We did not emphasize that adequately. We did not emphasize the economic freedom in the Islamic economic system. Whenever any one of us talks about freedom, they always say, but. They always say, except. There are limitations. There are things that are haram. There is no society that has no prohibition. So don't tell me about a prohibition of certain bad behaviors that, okay, then the economic freedom is restricted. We always have, everybody talks in Islamic economics about restricted economic freedom, which is really incorrect, and they make a lot of nonsense. We did not talk and glorify the importance of market. One of the earliest things the Prophet ﷺ did in Medina was to create a market. And he described this market, that this market must have no fees, no taxes, no restrictions on freedom in it, should be completely free. And to the extent that you don't even lack of information in it, or incomplete information, or insufficient information, or costly information that is to acquire information you need to pay for. All these are elements that the Prophet ﷺ recognized when we talk about the different elements that he mentioned about the market. All these, we did not give them adequate attention. So these 4 areas, in my opinion, should be very important in our study of Islamic economics. And this is why I do suggest to look at Islamic economics from an institutional point of view. And the starting point of understanding Islamic economics is to understand what are the fundamental institutions that the Islamic economic system puts in place, and start with. Let's take some examples of texts that received from us very little attention. The protection of property in the sayings of the Prophet ﷺ, starting from the Sahifa and ending with his advice, which is the last advice he said in 𝗠𝗶H𝗵𝗵, in the discourse he gave when he which is called the seeing off of people. Shortly after it, he died, sallallahu alayhi wasallam. All that he repeatedly talked about protection of private property and the protection of private freedom, economic freedom. By the way, preventing banks from issuing derived money and preventing me from depositing a derived deposit with the bank is a kind of restriction that is uncalled for in Islamic economics, has no evidence. Why should you restrict me in Islamic economics from making a derived deposit in the bank, or from the bank issuing financing to any of its customers, of course, in accordance with Sharia, Islamic finance. We look at the social security system, for instance, in the Sahifa, and we add to it the repeated advices, the repeated recommendation of taking care of your neighbor in the Quran and by the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam in the Ahadith. Add to it taking care of your kin, again in the Quran and in the Ahadith. Taking based on all this, the Islamic fiqh clearly recommends that the distribution of zakah, for instance, should essentially be in the local community. So the role of the local community in social finance. We always, when we talk about Islamic social finance, when we talk about social security in Islamic economics, we talk about it as the responsibility of the state. It is not really. The Sahifa, the first constitution in Islam put it the responsibility of the community, and this is supported by the repeated recommendation of taking care of your neighbor, taking care of your kin, taking care of distributing the zakah locally. All these together puts the issue, the role of the community is fundamental in the implementation of social security and of generally the Islamic finance, the Islamic social finance. It's community implemented, not state implemented. It's not the welfare state from which we imported the idea. Now when those of us who talk about social security in Islam, they talk about it as the concept of welfare state, but it is the community welfare rather. That is what the Sahifa talks about. Take a few verses. And what is the implication of them, for instance? Take Surah An-Nahl, the verse number, I think Surah An-Nahl number 17, probably, or 15, probably 15, but anyway, it is Surah An-Nahl, and the verse number 90. It says, Inna Allah ya'muru bil-adli wal-ihsan. God commands, ordains justice and ihsan. I don't want to translate it. Everybody knows what is ihsan now. It's a term that has special meaning in our terminology. And liberality that is giving to kin and the close ones, the close kin and kith, and forbids shameful deed and injustice to others and rebellion. This verse, when we talk about adl and ihsan, we need really to realize the meaning of adl, and then we go to the ihsan, and then we also realize the meaning of ihsan, how it is based on individual and community. And in fact, ihsan is based also on protection and promotion of private ownership. We have a ruling, we need to really think about it and why it is that way, that waqf can only be done from out of private ownership. It cannot be done from others. This is why, for instance, our scholars historically did not recognize as full-fledged waqf the awqaf that are made out of public properties by the governments, by the sultan. These are called arsad and not awqaf, because awqaf should come from private ownership. Zakah comes from private ownership also. We need to look at this and look at how important is private ownership as a central point in Islamic economics and in Islamic finance. Take the other verse in Surah An-Nahl, it happened also, verse number 76, in which Allah gave two examples. Example of a person, he said, God sets forth a parable of two men. One of them is dumb, with no power of anything, of any sort, has no power, cannot do anything. And he is dependent on his masters. Even when you give him instructions, when you give him directions, he won't bring any good with them. He cannot, in other words, follow instructions. He cannot do anything good of them. Is this equal with a person who ordains justice and he himself is on the right path? How could they be equal? What is the principle of development, which is, to me, to eliminate these four characteristics from the society, from being dumb, don't understand, from being unable to function, unable to produce anything, from being unable to follow instructions, and from being unable, from being dependent on others. Creating this personality is the basis of economic development. We neglected that. We did not study economic development from this point, from this angle. And we are waiting until the Westerners talk about economic development is not only economic, but even include personal and social. So all of them come all together as a package. And now we started talking about a package of development, not only economic development alone, because it came from our teachers in the West when we got our PhDs, not because it came from the Quran as we look at it and study it. Take another example also in the Quran. Happen to be in the same surah in verse number 75. Here is a comparison between a person who is tied, who is owned by another person, who has no freedom to act, and is not able to do anything also. Would he be compared with a person who owns a property, whom we gave him property, and he uses it in the right way, in secret and also in open? This is the translation of verse 75. Now, how do we appreciate the giving of God of this property that we use? And how do we deal with it? And at the same time, how we consider the incapable person, the tied-in person, who is not free to make any economic decision, cannot do anything good in any way to himself or to the society. So here is another example that relates to development, and we are not emphasizing it in our studies. For instance, in maximization, we never referred in our studies. I didn't see it in any book, actually, except in my lectures. The verse in Surah Al-Kahf, in the verse number 19, where these young men who got up after that long sleep, they didn't forget to tell one of them, buy us the best food that you can. Look at the best food that is available there and buy us some from it. They didn't ask, buy us any food. Buy us a bite just to fill our stomachs. But buy us the best food that you can find. So all these are values, are meaning that give us essential ideas in our understanding. I want to call for focusing in our study, in our research of Islamic economics and finance on the texts themselves, and let's not be fooled by what is called maqasid al-sharia, important as they are. They are important, yes, but remember, they are derived from the text essentially. So they are really based on the text. The texts are more important than them. And we need not to violate these texts in the pretense of talking about maqasid al-sharia. An idea of focus also, in addition to what I mentioned, the verses of inheritance. The verses of inheritance are very important in our religion, and that is the distribution of wealth, the preset distribution of wealth, and how God wanted it, and how it is, and what is the social effect, especially when we put these verses of the distribution of inheritance, we put it along with other ideas like witnesses in finance. We need 2 women to equal 1 man in finance. In family, the responsibility for spending on the family is only for the man, not for the wife. So what is the job of the wife then? What is the job of the mother? What is the job of the sister? What is the job of the daughter? In my opinion, it's not limited to raising own children. Definitely her job is raising the society. And when we put the verses of Mirath and other things together, as God tells us that women in the Muslim society should be very active throughout the society. I mean, to the extent, here is, for right or wrong, that's I'm discussing it. One moment, please. Here is Aisha radiallahu anha, Umm al-Mu'mineen. She led that army in that battle. For good or wrong, that's a different thing. She may have made a mistake or not. That's not what I'm discussing. But the society accepted her to be functional in the society. Not that. So these, when we look at these, all of them, there are many other ideas related to that. We need really to start from the texts of the Quran and the Sunnah and the Islamic history and the Islamic fiqh, and not from the ideas that we learn from our secularist economics. Thank you very much. Walhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Munzir Kahaf. I would now like to request, and we would start with our second panel discussion of this session, and any questions related to Dr. Munzir Kahaf's keynote speech can be addressed once we're done with the panel discussion. Okay, everyone. I would like to request everyone outside the hall to kindly join us inside so that we can start the panel. I would now like to request and invite Dr. 𝗶𝗵 𝗵𝗷, who is the Islamic Banking Advisor to Bank Nizwa from Oman, to kindly join us on stage to moderate this panel and chair it. The topic of the panel today is revitalization of Islamic social finance in the realm of socio-economic problems in Islamic economies. I would also like to request Dr. Amjad Saqib, Founder and Executive Director, 𝗂𝗏 Foundation, the guru of microfinance and inclusiveness for all strata of society in Pakistan. A round of applause, please. I would also like to request Mr. Ammar Shehzad. He is a financial services industry expert with focus on improving financial inclusion in Pakistan, a passionate technologist with an aspiration for telecom accessibility for all. Dr. Salman Ahmed Sheikh, please sir, kindly join us on stage. Dr. Salman is Assistant Professor at Zabist University, Karachi. He is the Director of the Islamic Economics Project. Sir, if you could join us on stage. And I would also request Mr. Ahmed Khabar Shehzad to kindly join us. Mr. Ahmed Khabar Shehzad, sir, kindly join us on stage. He is the Chief Operating Officer for TEFTA Punjab. TEFTA is mainly responsible for skill development in Pakistan and Punjab. Thank you, sir. Over to Dr. 𝗶𝗵 𝗵𝗷 for. Okay, sir. Can I have some help? Chair laga. Sorry, 2 minutes. Chair laga. Chair.
Mike.
सर मैं थोड़ा सा तारुफ करा के देन वी रोल
All right. 𝗠𝗶𝗵𝗵𝗷 𝗨𝗵𝐴 Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala to all of you. And what an honor it is to again be back in this beautiful university. We call it Minhaj University Lahore. What a great team, what great people, and what great trends that they set in taking forward the whole discipline of Islamic banking, economics, and finance. And I was, giving a small interview outside to one of the, I think it was Minhaj channel and all that, and they were asking me what is the best thing that you like about this conference. One of the best things that I like about this conference, folks, is the fact that every year when you come, you always learn something new. And this is very, very important to evidence that a good conference, how it becomes a better conference and the best conference, and from a best conference to become one of the global platforms or few global platforms that has the capacity to always deliver and address something that is always new and updated. So this is one of the factors that always attracts me to try and contribute my 2 cents in that overall current and new age value creation that keeps on setting the trends for the industry. There are so many conferences happening in the world on Islamic banking and finance all over the world, in Middle East, in Malaysia, in Southeast Asia, even in North America, Europe, and of course Pakistan. But believe you me, because I happen to be part of almost 90% of those conferences, this conference, which we now have the 6th version of this conference, is something that we should be very, very proud of, and I congratulate the team led by Dr. Hussain, who have always outperformed themselves in developing Islamic finance through one of the tools that we call this 6th World Islamic Economics and Finance Conference. Now, folks, I'm lucky that we are all we're all now back with our energy because the tummies are full. Now, of course, full tummies may also mean that more attack of missing sleeps. So I don't mind that because, I'm good at making people go to sleep. But guess what? What you'll miss, it's not me missing that should worry you. It is missing what a giant like 𝗵𝐺 𝗨𝗵𝐵 has to say. It is missing what a tech expert Ammar has to say. It is the risk of missing what our brother from TEFTA has to say, and then our Islamic economic expert Salman has to say. So even if shaitan try and makes you go and fall to sleep, try and fight this urge of, dozing off out, because a heavy lunch like what we just had can always have these attacks coming back and forth. So do not want to risk missing what is delivered in this session from these beautiful, beautiful people, celebrities in their own fields. And let me first start by introducing on my very left. I was just telling him I do not even have the power or the courage to be at a position to introduce him. He's an introduction in itself. As a matter of fact, I would go to an extent to say that this whole session gets the blessing of being introduced by his presence. So if you do not come to Minhaj conference, especially in this session, and if you didn't want to come and see what Dr. 𝗵𝐺 𝗨𝗵𝐵 has to say, then I think you're at a huge miss. So Dr. 𝗵𝐺, I am not going to allow myself the courage to introduce you. I'm nobody to introduce you. You are a walking institution, an introduction yourself, the endeavors, the contributions that you have made for the country, for the globe, and the people itself, and may Allah keep you making such contribution. Minhaj is very honored always to have you contribute in our sessions as well. So this is my introduction to you. On my extreme right, not extreme right, exact right, is my brother Ammar, who is a really, really solid expert when it comes to digitization and technology solutions, especially in the area of finance and payment systems. So Ammar, we welcome you on board as well. Then we have our brother Ahmed Khawar, who is, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, currently the Chief Operating Officer of 𝗃𝗏 Punjab. I've been told that it is one of the key vocational training centers that we have in the country. One of the key distinguishing features of 𝗏𝗏 is that he's not only running a fantastic show in 𝗃𝗏, his contributions has earned him the accolade of what we call as the PEP Peace Award, the 𝗃𝗏 𝗵𝐻 Award. So again, a massive, massive giant in his own discipline, in his own contribution. Last but not the least, one of the upcoming superstars of Islamic economics and finance, my dear brother Salman Ahmed Sheikh. He is coming from Karachi. I'm not sure if it is equally cold in Karachi or not, but guess what, whatever he's doing through Karachi in the Islamic economic system and his contributions are something to be easily talked about and learned from. Now, without further ado, guests, from morning till now, including this fantastic lunch, as I've mentioned, there are always some massive new value creation and addition that has been always delivered by Minhaj's conferences, including the Islamic Finance Conference. Number of stuff was submitted, number of really solid arguments were put in place, number of really solid and some very hermeneutical thought processes were shared. The last session, I was just sitting over there and trying to just get my bearings right about the knowledge that was being shared. Half of the last session was Islamic finance and half of the last session was a spiritual religious journey. So I was looking at Dr. Hussain and we just visited this massive facility. We call it the Center of Spiritual Sciences. Perhaps that was more relevant to that center. Maybe that was one, thought-provoking session that perhaps you can take it forward from that center. So that was in the air. That was always in the air. So it was in between the line messaging to you that perhaps next thing could be from that center. So without any further ado, guys, social finance, Islamic social finance is something that is, to me, if I go to an extent to say it is much more important in its potentials than Islamic banking and finance as we know, I would not be wrong. Why I say that? Because this is an absolutely understood, underdeveloped, under-addressed, and under-attuned area of what Islamic economic and financial system has on offer. I'm sure everybody knows that Dr. Hussain himself has done a lot of work in a Jadid manner on addressing the potentials and the efficacy of social finance. And this is exactly what makes this session equally more important from this platform, because this is the only session in the 2 days of these activities that we are doing that addresses this massive, massive area in a manner that not only relates to current needs, but future prospects as well. Now, to these amazing experts that we have, I would want to straight away start by asking them first and then build further and bring in social finance into it in a very sharp manner. I would want to ask, if you can, especially since we have a massive gathering of the Pakistani youth who are very close to my heart always, what do you think, and this is very much in line with the theme of the overall conference, what do you think, given the current scenarios, given your expertise, your leadership status, and your, your whole status in the overall market of your discipline, what do you think is among the core problems, 1, 2, or 3, if it's 1, even better, that an Islamic financial and economic system is yet to address or can address? Depending on your answer, our discussion will base itself on that, because whatever you're going to suggest as a core problem, my second question would be, then why do you think and how do you think social finance can address that problem better as compared to the traditional finance as we know? Go, we start with Dr. Amjad Saqib himself.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Dr. Mughis Shaukat, I am short of words for your very kind introduction. You yourself, are a visionary, and I'm extremely happy whenever I meet you always something new I learn. If you allow me, I can say a verse in Urdu.
Sure.
जब भी देखा है तुझे आलमे नौ देखा है, मरहला तय न हुआ तेरी शनासाई का. So, Dr. Shah, this is for you.
This for me?
This is for you.
I hardly understand what he's saying. I'll
जब
ask
भी
him
देखा
to
है,
explain it later.
जब भी देखा है तुझे आलमे नौ देखा है. Whenever I have seen you, I have seen a new horizon.
Wow.
मरहला तय न हुआ तेरी शनासाई का. I was unable to truly, understand and comprehend how big vision and how big, comprehension of this whole issues and challenges are. But I will further explain to you when we meet separately. So thank you very much, Dr. 𝗠𝗵𝗵𝗷 𝗨𝐻𝗵𝐿𝐿. I have some kind of a spiritual connection with this place. Honorable, the founder of this university, Dr. Shah, Dr. ताहिर, हमारे जो, मैं तो उनको बहुत बड़ा मुकाम देता हूँ. So I have my personal, association with him more than 3 decades old. So it's great privilege and honor to come here and talk about Islamic finance, and especially the question which has been asked to me, what is the problem in social finance? Let me say that, let's begin from the start. The basic thing is faith and conviction. Do we have enough faith, Islamic system of economics and finance? Or we are overwhelmed and dazzled by the Western thought, by capitalism, by market economy, by interest-based economy? So this is the most fundamental question. Because as we all know, everything emanates from faith. So my understanding of the whole issue, since I have been working and grappling with challenges, issues, support, obstacles, the basic thing is, despite being Muslims, we are short of faith. We say, but we don't mean that. There is a dichotomy. We say we are Muslim, we cannot live in an economy which is based on interest, but at the same time we compromise. We say that no, it needs a lot of research, it needs a lot of, making systems. It's not practical in this world, it will take time. But the question is question of faith. Number one. Number two, there is a big gap between Muslim scholars and the scholars who have been trained in the West. The Sharia scholars and the scholars who are in our conventional universities and workplaces. I don't know how this bridge will be built. On one side, there is lack of understanding of others' viewpoint, and on the other side, there is a lack of understanding of the respective viewpoint. Unfortunately, there have been no dialogue, there have been no communication, there have been no, effort, serious effort to sit together, to have a dialogue with a willingness to learn from each other and come up with a solution which is based on Islamic principles and which addresses the economic, social, political challenges of the world. As I understand, Islam doesn't give a system, it gives principles. And in every context, in every culture, in every age, we have to understand the essence of that age and then apply these principles and find new solutions through creative and innovative approach. That was how we started thinking 20 years ago when we started Alhamdulillah 𝗶𝗵, and we gave a first loan of an interest-free nature, 10,000 rupees, and now we have exceeded Alhamdulillah 200 billion rupees, and we have served 5.5 million families. So even then people were saying that whatever you are doing, the product which you are introducing cannot be sustainable. But how it became sustainable? So number one problem and challenge, Dr. 𝗏, is that how much convinced and how much conviction do we have that Islamic economic system is a true reality, and we can design it, we can evolve it, we can implement it. There may be many other challenges, legal challenges, HR challenges, system challenges, technology, awareness. But the basic thing, if you ask me, is that ये एक सजदा जिसे तू गिरां समझता है, हजार सजदों से देता है आदमी को निजात. This one thing, this faith, even if you go to Islamic Bank, believe you me, most of the people sitting at the front desk of Islamic banks will say, "Oi, koi gall hai ji. It makes no difference. Kaana idhron pakdo ya kaana idhron pakdo." That's absolutely wrong. We must have conviction. We must have this faith in this Islamic. And number two is another challenge, if you ask me, this faith. And then I talked about availability of human resources and technology. And the third thing, obviously, is resources. Even our, customers, the people who will be part of this whole economic system, they are not very much educated and they don't believe in it. So for me, these are the fundamental reasons. And lastly, I would like to touch upon that we have just confined riba to banks. Banking is just a small part of the larger economy. So if we talk of an economic system which is independent of interest, or which is interest-free economy, it includes many things, not only banks, but the trade, traders, legal, social, political structure of the nation. So all these things taken in totality make, economy is a very big subject, and banking or giving loan, getting back, this is something else. So we should see the whole system not in piecemeal, but in a totality, that what is economy? Just talking, people have just think that if we stop banks taking interest, it will become an interest-free economy. That's a very short-sighted and limited approach. Economy means much more. And I'm seeing some giants sitting over here, and I'm sure through this collective wisdom, we will be able to expand that. If we really want a system which is interest-free economy, then we will have to go far ahead of just banking and finance. There is a morality, there are social implications, and there are politically, we need some kind of a structure. And then I would also like to say one thing, that interest was forbidden in Hajjatul Wida. Why was not it forbidden in the initial days or initial years? Because it is a societal issue. Unless you don't address the social, political, moral, ethical problems of a society, it's not possible. So we should take, wisdom and guidance from our Holy Prophet, peace be upon him. Let's rebuild the society. And if we are aiming to achieve an inclusive society, which means political, social, economic, financial inclusion, so we will have to follow the same path. Thank you.
You see, I feel, and for all of us, we are so fortunate, so blessed to have these people among us, and how brilliantly they're, and hermeneutically they're sharing their thought process. I always, realized and been told, and now I'm living it as a matter of fact, just right now at this very moment. They say that talking to a wise person for 5 minutes is much better than reading a good book for 1 month. This just happened to me right now. Period. Dr. Amjad, first of all, let me feel very blushed, and rosy on my cheeks for the compliments that you gave me in very solid Urdu, very poetic. Dr. Dar, remember a couple of years ago, you honored me from the President of Pakistan on the contributions in Islamic finance with the GIFA. Well, guess what? I just won an Amjad 𝗏 Islamic Finance Award right now. So, fantastic submissions, Dr. Amjad, as
Dr.
usual.
If you allow me, I would like to identify and recognize and appreciate and acknowledge Dr. Dar. I'm extremely happy that he is here amongst us.
Yeah, what an innovator he is. I call him an innovator, as a matter of fact. Now, fantastic submissions, very heartfelt, and as always, these views come from your heart, and they can only come from a heart of a person who are actually living those feelings. In Urdu, we say that, बात वही असर रखती है जो आप खुद कर रहे हो पहले, और जब आप किसी दूसरे को बताएं, if you want that view to enter somebody else's heart, you should practice it before, practically be or theory wise be. So this is exactly a huge example of how he lives it first and then expresses to the audience, and it, at least at my end, go right into my center. You've also mentioned, Dr. 𝗏, before I go to my other friends, about bringing experts together, Sharia, finance, banking, scholars, etc., even students. Well, guess what? The platform that we are sitting in has been doing this since good 6 years. And again, a huge credit to Minhaj for being so solid in its conviction to do this every year, time and time again. And this again brings me back time and time again to this beautiful institution. And this is where conviction can be used as an example. If you don't have conviction, you can't achieve this every time. So just a very solid example that what this has done, this is conviction, and as a result of this undying conviction, and hence driven by faith that you've mentioned. So it's faith, conviction, intermediary between faith and conviction is ikhlas. This conference, perhaps, at least to my understanding, is a direct combination of all and what Minhaj does. So, this is straight away that example. Of course, akhuwat is a massive example. You use the word muakhat. If you break it down, it automatically has faith, ikhlas, and conviction. This is how beautiful muakhat and akhuwat is demonstrating it since 20 odd years in an absolute blessed manner. So thank you very much, Dr. Amjad 𝗏, for your very valuable comments, as always. Moving to my brother 𝗏. Brother 𝗏, you've just heard what Dr. Amjad said. You yourself is a superstar in your area. I've been told that you've been a civil servant as well, and a very successful one before you moved to TEFTA, if I'm not wrong. And what I've heard very briefly, and is that, there is, it's not a joke to get the 𝗠𝗶H Pakistan Aman Award from the country itself. So I'm sure that your experience has equally lot of value to share and impart on especially the youth of the country who are eager to understand all of these affairs in a very expertly led hermeneutical manner. So what to you are the core problems that Islamic economic system can address? How social finance can be a better tool to address that? Go.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mughis. رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي امري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي صدق الله العظيم والصلاة والسلام على خاتم النبيين. First of all, I want to congratulate Dr. 𝗠𝗶H 𝗵𝗷, Dr. Mughis, all his team, and especially I want to pay thanks to Dr. Ijaz and the whole management team who has managed and arranged such a wonderful conference today, international conference, which is basically a solid and candid testimony of the endeavors which the Minhaj University has made in this field. It's really an appreciable endeavor. I had the chance to attend the 5th Global Conference as well, but this time it's really a marvelous event, well-fashioned, well-designed, well-organized, more advanced in that form, and more knowledgeable as compared to that conference as well. Because due to COVID, that was not so much successful, but this event is really a successful event. I congratulate Dr. Hussain for this very successful event arrangement. Thank you very much. So far as the Islamic social financing is concerned, which is my topic area, I would like to just take the lead from one of the event. I would discuss 2 events, and one of the event relates to the Holy Prophet, peace be upon him. I would like to take the lead from that event. Holy Prophet, peace be upon him, while addressing the companions, asked the affluent companions 3 questions. The first one was whether you are afraid of, it's regarding the economics and social financing, that's why I have mentioned it here, whether you are afraid of your wealth going off from you to the poor people, first question. Whether you are afraid that your status would be damaged, whether you are afraid that your clothes would become dirty if you would meet with the poor people. If all such is not, then what is the thing which prohibits you to do all this? In fact, this was basically to establish and demonstrate muakhat and Riyasat-e-Madina, and the basic principle which was established for an egalitarian society. That time, these 3 questions raised, and the affluent companions said that we are sorry for our conduct and we are ready to give our half of the wealth to our poor brothers. And the poor brothers said, the other side of the companions, that we will not get this wealth. We are not ready to get this wealth, as we will also become arrogant after getting this wealth. So this was an endeavor to be made for establishing an egalitarian society in that era. Number of scholars mentioned here that even the double story was not allowed to be erected. So today, why Islamic social financing is important for a Muslim society, especially for Pakistan and for the developing Muslim countries, is basically the problem which is mentioned by Dr. Amjad Saqib. Is really, it's an approach, it's a mindset, it's a behavior, it's a dichotomy of our attitudes, of our behaviors, that we are not ready to accept it from the core of heart. And if we accept it, even we are not ready to implement it as a strategy, as an economic strategy. Certainly, I corroborate this viewpoint that we have to adopt such a mindset in a holistic approach, so that would be helpful And that is the primarily duty of all the educational institutions. This is the very pertinent and relevant forum where today I have to discuss it. I had served as Director General of the 𝗍𝗵 Academy for Educational Development, Government of the Punjab, which is meant for teachers training of more than 400,000 teachers of the Punjab. And my always request to those teachers was the narrative building, the ideological footings, to eradicate the ethical collapse of Pakistan so that the whole system could change in a holistic manner. More than 1.7 million teachers, educational community and faculty of Pakistan is responsible for all these things. When I conclude that who is the responsible for all this? The babies with open slates, with blank slates of minds are handed over to the teachers community. So they have to write on these empty slates. Whatever they would write, that would be implemented in letter and spirit for the whole life. This is the crux of the developmental models of Singapore. This is the developmental model of the Korea, of all the Far East countries, and the Western model. That these babies can, when these are given ethics and morals and values, these ethics, morals and values would be the basically foundation stone of the development. So when we have this our ethical collapse and our ethical problem, our problem of the society starts from this point. Singapore designed that my developmental model would start from the mother's womb. When the very first day the pregnancy will take place, we will maintain the health indicators of that lady, and after 9 months that would deliver a healthy baby, and that healthy baby would deliver a significant role in the development of Singapore, as we will inculcate all the ethical values in that baby. And there is no test for 5 years, for 4 years. They just teach him the values of their own country. What values we are giving to teach, what values we are teaching today to our kids. You know the numbers, you know the alphabets, you know some questions, a rote learning system. So there's the ethical collapse, it's proved. So why this is significant? Another example from Nizam al-Mulk Tusi, a very famous personality of Seljuk dynasty, rather he was the prime minister of that dynasty. Sultan said that I want to build castles on the boundaries of my kingdom. I said, okay, please give me some time. And after the culmination of that time, he got the Sultan visited of those places, and those were the madrasas. Those were not castles. Sultan very astoundingly asked him, I directed you to construct the castles and you have just showed me these institutions, these madrasas. He said that the Faragh Tahsil of these institutions would be responsible for the geographical as well as ideological boundaries of the country. So proved that the educational institutions are responsible for the ideological, for safeguarding the ideological boundaries of any nation. So these are the institutions who have to create a nation who would be responsible for the ideological as well as geographical boundaries of Muslim nation. After proving these two things, that for an egalitarian society, we have to follow the guiding and golden principles of Islam and Sunnah, the one thing, and the second one is that we have to mold the ideological footings through the educational institutions, 1.7 million faculty, teachers, and the professors of this whole community. Now,
however, if we could
just wrapping up, that Islamic social financing is composed of philanthropic instruments like zakat, sadaqat, infaq, and waqf. The second one important is the cooperative instruments, that is qarz and qarz-e hasna. And third one is the contemporary based instruments, that is the microfinancing. So these all things can be introduced and implemented beyond the banking sector. Please, let's have to come out of this banking sector. Islamic social financing and Islamic economic system is basically beyond, something beyond the economic system. With a holistic approach, we will have to adopt all this. Thank you very much. And last but not the least, that after going from this conference, we will have to vow with ourselves that for the sake of Muslim community, for the sake of Islam and Quran, at least we have to transform the life of one man. Thank you very much.
Wow, I mean, this is a massive roller coaster of, information download in at least in my brain, I mean, folks, I'm just a simple-minded guy. It's too much information for me, and all of this is too philosophical, too true, and so realistic in terms of, touching all those moot points. And very well established, Brother Khabar, on when you said that we have to look at least beyond, sometimes, beyond banking and see the other parts of Islamic finance where solutions can be equally potent, if not more, to address the needs of the current situations. Pakistan and even the Ummah itself, especially Pakistan, we are much more in need than anybody else as of now we speak. Now, and you've rightly said, let's move out of banking. Well, let's for the sake of this session, let's move out to banking, and let's go to our non-banking expert coming from a top telecom sector, who is an absolute expert in digitizing payment systems in a very crafty manner. Ammar, first of all, man, oh man, what is your speed of writing? I mean, I've handled so many panel discussions. Look at this. Guys, look at this. It's 4 pages of just note-taking straight away. What's that? Speed of light? What's going on? Man, look at me. Only 2 words. He's 4 pages? Come on. What's going on? Now, I hope he has even more value to it. If not, then, I'll take you to cleaners. Anyways, now, Ammar, shoot. What's the problem? How do you think social finance can handle it better?
Thank you very much, Moiz. First of all, it's an honor being part of this August panel. This is my first time in Minhaj University, and I'm bamboozled. I was just having a word with Dr. Hussain, and the university, the academia, the students that are part of it, and the contributions they're making to society, it's absolutely mind-blowing. Thank you very much for that. It's a tough job speaking after Dr. Amjad Saab and Khabar Saab, but I'll still try to come up to the expectations. So, you see, we talked about faith, we talked about an egalitarian society, but let's talk about the problems that are being faced in the Muslim world and globally. So, primarily we are facing a problem of poverty, unemployment and inequality. So, what does this refer to? That means that we have lack of opportunities, we have lack of basic services such as education and healthcare. And also, most importantly, there's inequality of income and wealth. So all these factors contribute. And we all believe that the Islamic economy and Islamic social finance is the way forward. So let's see how do they help us. So if we talk about Islamic economy, it's an economy that balances your financial objectives along with the social recognition and impact. And if you see the Islamic social finance, it tells us about all the philanthropic concepts such as zakat, sadqa, waqf, and qarz-e hasna. So, how do we see that Islamic finance and Islamic economics will help us the way forward? If you see that, if you see over the past years in 2007 and 2008, there was an economic recession. But if you see the numbers, we see that in that Islamic finance, it came out as an alternative source of finance, and it was much more sustainable than our conventional methods. And if you just see during the COVID times, governments were giving stimulus packages, governments were giving bailout up to about $5 trillion, but it could not sustain. But that tells us that Islamic economics and Islamic finance is the way forward, because if you look at the conventional method, it does not promote profit sharing, it does not promote risk sharing. It talks about riba-based transactions, which directly hurts the poor and the needy people. Whereas Islamic social finance, it talks about social justice, it talks about equality. It does not, it promotes the distribution of wealth and not the accumulation of wealth. And the biggest difference that we see is that Islamic finance, it promotes equity mode transactions and not debit or not debt mode transactions, and those are actually asset based transactions. So that is the ethos that because it promotes risk and profit sharing, so a larger part of the society can benefit from it. And we're not saying that there are not, the fraud does not happen in Islamic finance. It does happen, but the mechanism that has been laid out for it, it does curtail it to a greater extent. So let's all pledge from today that we need to move towards, and as Dr. Amjad Saab talked about, faith and conviction. This is the faith and conviction that we need to have in ourselves, that we need to promote the Islamic principles. And what does promoting that Islamic principle will mean? We need to have a progressive taxation policies and make policies which will promote our economic affairs. For example, more investment in education, in healthcare, and infrastructure. As a result of that, we will have more people in our social safety network. So that was my regarding the problems. And if you see regarding, if you're talking about the digitalization, let's just talk about Pakistan at the moment. So Pakistan has 200 million cellular customers. Our cellular density is about 87%. That means almost every individual has a phone in their hand, and that phone can act as a bank. Now, I'm not talking about a conventional bank. Why don't we give Islamic microfinance services to all those people? Because we know by heart, Pakistanis are the most charitable nation, and we can hit these 200 million people in a split of a second. And you know, when you go out to these people and I was just, if you go and see Akhuwat's website, so they don't ask for, they do ask for generic donations as well, but they be specific as well. So if you see Akhuwat's website, they tell you that Amjad wants to buy another cow. Will you like to donate for it? They tell you that Majid has a grocery shop in Risalpur. Will you like to give for it? So that is how, and you go out to the people and you tell them how they promote zakat or sadaqah or waqf for that matter. Thank you very much.
Wow, I mean, that was on a freight train, clickety clock, very fast, like your note taking. Fantastic submissions. 87%, you say 87%? Did I hear you right?
Yes, we have a cellular density of 87%.
87% in a country that we call as a third world country? Man, oh man, this is mind-blogging. Are you sure about this?
Yes.
If it is, then why people are not taking advantage of it? Dr. Hussain, if you can use this data, 87, this is very much relevant to your zakat model. We were just discussing the tech model that we wanted to do it for Oman as well, if you remember. 87% telecom penetration,
yes.
And on top of it, a population that is 60-odd% youth. Oh my God, what else do you need to, make gains, and that to new age gains, and especially using social finance? And guess what? One of your leaders has already created a model, and this is one for him. Maybe we can meet him later and see how we can perhaps synergize. Now, Salman, are you awake? Very well, very well. Okay. Salman, I mean, one of the humblest souls. He's such a sweetheart. I mean, he and I interact on WhatsApp and all that. The most humble and modest people going around in the industry. Congratulations on maintaining your humbleness, because you're an up-and-coming superstar in the industry. Folks, people who do not know Salman, hails from Karachi, basically from Hyderabad, you were telling me, and still understands Punjabi very well. So I just, floated some Punjabi words, and he was, wow, yeah, I do understand it. So I said, wow, that's amazing. So he is running a fantastic show. He calls it as the Islamic Economic Project. Did I spell it right? Islamic Economic Project. And if you don't know what he's doing, he sends all of us personal messages and what he's done. Google it. Google it and see how easy it is to understand what he's doing, and he's doing a wonderful service in an absolute humble manner. So congratulations to you on that. And this is why, it's a pleasure and this is how Allah has arranged it. For us to be a part, for you to be a part of this session, it's a huge pleasure for us. And to pick your brain on what do you think is the core problem that Islamic economic system has or can address, and how does social finance fit into it?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, thank you, Dr. Mustahis and the organizers for giving me the opportunity to share some thoughts. So it's a very important question, and my respected colleagues have already answered most aspects of it. So if I would just mention one big problem that we have in the current financial system, including the Islamic financial system, is the financial exclusion. And especially when it comes to the credit services. We hear a lot about financial inclusion, but what we mean by financial inclusion is that people should have bank account. If they have savings, they should park their savings in the bank accounts. But when it comes to getting financing or credit from the banks, the financial exclusion in credit services is even higher than financial exclusion in saving accounts or in deposit category. So a lot of statistics are floated. Less than 5% people have access to formal financial services from the banks when it comes to credit. And when we look at Islamic banks, also we find that they are not much very active in this, unfortunately. Right now, if we have to give an example of Islamic microfinance, we do not have an example from Islamic banks to quote. We have example of 𝗶𝗵 to quote, which is not a banking institution, but it is still doing what even the full-fledged Islamic banks or the whole Islamic banking industry is not able to do. So financial exclusion is a very important problem. If we look at the financing that is provided to SMEs and agriculture combined, if you look at the industry is providing just 8 to 10% of its credit to the agriculture and SME sector. And this sector employs 85% of the people, agriculture and SMEs combined. And if you look at the Islamic banking share, the share of Islamic banking in SMEs and agriculture is even lower than the conventional banks. So we are not even, competing.
Salman, any idea how much is the share?
It's like, less than 5% combined for agriculture and SMEs.
Oh my God, that is a disaster.
So this is where I think we are missing a lot of people who are really in need of finance, and they want a lot from Islamic finance. They have promise in Islamic finance, but they are not being served well. Now this gap is being filled very, you can say, effectively and efficiently by Islamic social finance institutions. We have the example of 𝗶𝗵. It is serving millions of families. It is bringing change in millions of households. So it is a very bright example, and it has shown that you can even work with modes of Qarde Hasan. You can even work with a very simple infrastructure. I have been to 𝗶𝗵. We have done a primary survey of 𝗶𝗵's activities, and we have seen before our own eyes that how a simplistic structure can still be scaled up to the level where now 𝗶𝗵 is one of the largest Islamic microfinance in the world. In fact, largest microfinance in the world, using Qarde Hasan-based model. So what we need in Islamic finance is that we need to have more focus on SMEs and agriculture. We need to have more Islamic microfinance banks being established. And we need to also revitalize the institutions of Islamic social finance, the other institutions like Waqf, like Zakat. So if you look at Zakat, a lot of Pakistanis pay a lot of charity. And estimates say that 500 billion to 700 billion charities paid annually by Pakistanis. But through the government, only 7 to 8 billion rupees of zakat is collected. The reason is trust deficit. So if this trust deficit can be plugged, then definitely this institution has a lot of potential. People do pay to charity. A lot of bright institutions in the social finance like Al-Khidmat, like Indus Hospital, like SIUT, Shaukat Khanam, all these institutions are running on people's charities. So people do have resources, they do give to charity. What is important is that we need to bring in efficiency, scalability, and effective outreach. And that is where, as you move forward, and you were discussing that you would also touch upon the element of technology, that how can technology be used to bring in efficiency and to scale the models that are successful. So 𝗶𝗵 is a very excellent example of doing public-private partnership and also using a very simplistic infrastructure and also embracing technology to basically provide financial services in an efficient and in a scalable way.
Well, I told you he's a little humble genius. I told you that, and this just showed. It's a very classy act. I thought he's felt asleep. Nowhere near he was asleep, What great submissions with data support, and what a great case he has very quickly, humbly yet geniusly made in favor of social finance coming in and plugging a massive, massive gap that Islamic banking sector is yet to, it's a shocker, 5% contribution of Islamic financing to agriculture and SME. This is a backbreaker. And this is where, whenever we talk about, and guys, believe you me, I want to run this session as long as I can, but guess what? These two beautiful folks over here are pressing me for time, big time. It is unjust. You give other people 2 hours, and when it comes to an important session where Amjad Saqibs and other folks are sitting 50 minutes, it's too much. So, sad. Anyways, so akhuwat is something that, whenever you talk social finance, especially in the Pakistani perspective, every other person comes back to akhuwat. This is the effect, Dr. Amjad, that your faith, ikhlas, and conviction has done to this country. So, and it's so beautiful that I don't know how many of us know, I'm sure most of us would be aware, his contributions, he was nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. Did you know that? Dr. Amjad was recently nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. If you don't know it, you are missing out big time. He's one of his kind. Not only what he's doing, but what he has done already. So I want to wrap this session up by giving him another chance to explain the magic that he's doing and what is the X factor in this magic. I know he'll say muwakhat, but guess what? People don't understand too much what muwakhat is. Wrap it up by linking it to waqf, not zakat. Zakat to me is a boring topic. Everybody starts talking about zakat. I want to talk about ushr as well, but that's for later. With waqf. Tinge it with waqf.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shah, again. I was just wondering that what is social finance? Social finance, economic finance, political finance, ethical finance, moral finance. You can continue to, divide it in so many things. But finance is finance. And as a layman, I understand that finance means raising money and then equitably distributing it in the society. I'm not I haven't read finance, but it comes to me that finance means getting the resources and equitably distributing it. इस धरती पे जो कुछ है वो रब का है, जो रब का है वो सबका है. So the point is, finance is finance. Raising money, and then you can distribute it for social development, for education, for health, for sanitation, for clean drinking water, for economic growth, for building infrastructure, for building factories, building railways and airports. So the ultimate objective may be social development and economic development. But in essence, finance is finance. Where do you get resources from? Through business, through zakat, through waqf. जो अल्लाह ताला ने फरमाया, ये लोग पूछते हैं नबी पाक सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम को कि हम अल्लाह की राह में क्या दें, तो इनको बता दो जो जरूरत से ज्यादा है वो दे दो. So that means anything which is more than our needs should be distributed equitably in the society. For us, this is the true essence of finance, financial growth, economic growth, development, whatever you do, the cliches and all these things. Now, for us, finance means we derive our strength from the spirit of muwakhat, and we think that finance is anchored, a truly Islamic finance, or ethical finance, or moral finance, is anchored on the spirit of muwakhat. What is muwakhat? Muwakhat means one person who has resources, or who we call him amongst the haves, goes to have-nots and adopts one person. This is what Muhajirin and Ansar did. Holy Prophet, peace be upon him, asked the Muhajirs to take care of asked the Ansars to take care of one person from Makkah. So that was a bond of solidarity which was called Muwakhat. So it is a principle for all times to come that if in a society there are two sections, one haves and one have-nots, And if they join hands and come in solidarity, share their resources, Mahajar in fact and Ansar in fact, these are the metaphors or haves and have-nots. So if in this society 50% people are haves, 50% people are have-nots, and if they are brothers with each other, sisters with each other, and share with each other, so that is the equitable distribution of resources, that is the ultimate objective of financial growth, that is the ultimate objective of economic growth. Economic development doesn't mean that we create two words, one word for the poor and one word for the rich people. So we all are in search of a society where everybody has equal opportunity, equal resources. Let the merit decide according to his or her ability, they will shine. And the brilliant people will shine out others. But opportunities should be equal. So for me, sir, the solution for economic challenges, problems, growth, all those things, it should begin from Mawakhat. Where the conventional economic system ends, therefrom Mawakhat begins. Because it believes in giving and sharing. And obviously, Akhuwat is we haven't formally organized it in the form of a waqf, but it is a waqf. It is a cash waqf. We have X number of billion rupees. Those are meant for sharing to the poor people who want to start business, who want to build homes, who want to buy medical facilities, who want to send their children to school. So it is an cash waqf raised by the society and then handed over to an institution which is competent, transparent enough to distribute it according to the modern microfinance principles. It is given to the economically active poor to start their business. It is given to the people who don't have homes to build their homes. And this is 𝗟𝗍. They don't pay any, thing over and above. But we inspire them that, look, today you are taker of the loan, tomorrow you will be the giver of the loan. So creating a virtuous cycle, inspiring the people that, and believe you me, you will be amazed to know that 60% of our borrowers have become our donors. That's how this, credit pool is increasing. And there is no coercion. There is no compulsion, there is no condition. So this is the virtuous cycle. If you love somebody, he is bound to love you. जैसे कहते हैं गुलाब बोएंगे तो गुलाब ही मिलेंगे, कांटे बोएंगे तो कांटे मिलेंगे. So I would conclude that the problem is, so big, but the solution is so simple. 1500 years ago, Holy Prophet said that one rich person adopts one. And this adoption is not कोई वो रहम नहीं है, look down upon नहीं है, maintaining the self-respect. That is true. सूद भी खत्म हो जाएगा और ठीक है, जो upper echelon of society है जिनको बहुत ज़्यादा पैसा चाहिए, they can go to the Islamic banks, commercial banks, and Sharia compliant finance is available. But the 40% people who are below the poverty line, they need love, they need empathy, compassion, sharing, solidarity, mawakhat. They are our brothers. So that is a solution for us. And गुर्बत जो है ना, ये कारोबार से खत्म नहीं होगी, गुर्बत जो है ये ईसार से खत्म होगी. Thank you.
Wow. I mean, as I mentioned at the start of my session, which I'm about to now finish, given the pressure that you are shadowing on me relentlessly, remember I just mentioned at the start of my session that talking to a wise person for 5 minutes is better than reading one good book. I make it better than reading 2 good books. This is how good he was right now. Now, I mean, Muakhat, Isar is the key takeaway among the messages of this conference. I've just been told that while he is the latest nominee from Pakistan for a Nobel Peace Prize, in 2012, Sheikhul Islam, may Allah bless him and may Allah give him more tawfiq, was also the nominee for the Nobel Peace Prize. Guess what? Guess what? This is a classic example of muwakhat. Now, the same Sheikhul Islam, through his efforts, for which he was nominated the Nobel Prize, produced this beautiful university. That university produces this beautiful conference, and that conference have another nominee of Nobel Prize contribute in it. This is if not muwakhat, then what else is? Yeah, so beautiful. And one Nobel nominee laureate to another Nobel laureate. This is a classic direction of muwakhat, and that was bad. Why were you just pressurizing us? It was so beautiful, this discussion. Thank you very much, folks, and lovely to have you here. I hope you benefited. I did, and I'm sure in your du'as you will keep us all, so that Allah gives all of us more tawfiq and we do the work of Allah in the most ashraf manner possible. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, sir. We're just trying to consolidate a lot in a shorter time. Thank you so much. We would like to invite Deputy Chairman Dr. 𝗠𝗵𝗵𝗷 𝗨𝗵 and Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad to kindly come in front of the stage to award the shields and souvenirs from Minhaj University Lahore to our auspicious speakers and panelists. Sir, if you could all join us, I would request Dr. Amjad Saqib to kindly receive his shield of appreciation from the Deputy Chairman and the Vice Chancellor and the Registrar. I would also request Dr. Zaman Malik to kindly join us the quorum and in front of the stage. Dr. Rizwan Malik, please, if you could join us. I would request Mr. Ahmed Khabar Shehzad to kindly go and receive his shield of appreciation. And Dr. Salman Ahmed Sheikh, what a novel idea that you have developed. Kindly receive your shield. Mr. Ammar Shehzad. Dr. Salman, if you could receive your shield, please. Dr. Ammar Shehzad is currently receiving his shield. A round of applause, please. Dr. Salman Ahmed Sheikh, please. Thank you, sir, for being here. Thank you, audience. I would request you all to now join us in our technical sessions in the marquee upstairs. Tea is being served there, so you can have your tea and also attend the session. So if I could request all the participants to slowly join us in the upstairs bank. And Dr. Mughis Shaukat, of course. Yes, not at all. No, Dr. Mughis Shaukat, I was just waiting. Thank you for moderating this session so beautifully. The tea is being served in the marquees. So kindly join us upstairs on the 3rd floor of the Ibn Khaldun building. And hall management kindly escort the participants to the marquees. The afternoon tea is also being served there. Hall management teams, kindly escort the participants to the marquees. There's been just a little bit of a delay, so we would like to start the sessions as soon as possible. If you could all...
Ibn Sina Library and Resource Center. A place where you meet. A place where you educate. A place where you get informed. A place where you recreate. A place where you get knowledge. A place where you connect to the world. A place where you become something. A place where you entertain. A place where you never stop dreaming. Ibn Sina Library and Resource Center, Minhaj University, Lahore. Ibn Sina Library and Resource Center. A place where you meet. A place where you educate.
And good afternoon. I would like to welcome you all in the first technical session of the 6th World Islamic Economics and Finance Conference. I am Dr. Aisha Kamar, serving as an assistant professor in the School of Economics and Finance, 𝗠𝗏𝗏 University, Lahore. I have the privilege to coordinate the session with the theme Developments in Islamic Banking and Finance. Islamic banking system is growing not only in Muslim countries but also across the globe. The focus of the session will be on the developments and hindrances that Islamic banking system is experiencing. Moreover, we will highlight how we can make it more viable to the conventional banks. Now, I would like to welcome Dr. 𝗠𝗶H to chair this session. Dr. 𝗠𝗏 is currently serving as an assistant professor of economics at University of Lahore. Sir, kindly join us on the stage. I would also like to request our other presenters to come on the stage and take their seats. Dr. Naseem Shah Shirazi, Professor, Hamad bin Khalifa University, Qatar. Mr. Ahmad Jafar from the School of Islamic Economics, Banking and Finance, 𝗠𝗏𝗏 University, Lahore. Mr. Ataul Mustafa from International Center for Research in Islamic Economics, 𝗠𝗏𝗏 University, Lahore. Kindly welcome our guest with a great round of applause. Two of our presenters, Dr. Kaisar Ali, Department of Management, Bandung Islamic University, Indonesia, and Ms. Ismat Kazmi from the University of Azad, Jammu and Kashmir, will present virtually. Before we begin, let me introduce the decorum of the session. The estimated time for the keynote speech will be 15 minutes, and each presenter will get 10 to 12 minutes to present their paper. I would request our presenters to kindly wind up their speech within the stipulated time. There will be a question and answer session at the end of all the presentations. Now, in the beginning of the session, Professor Dr. 𝗶𝗶h Hassan will deliver his keynote speech on the topic Developments in Islamic Banking and Finance. Dr. 𝗶𝗶h Hassan is a professor of finance in New Orleans, USA.
So the journey of Islamic finance started in 1975, and after many years of experience, it has grown worldwide. If you look at just a three-time dimension, in 2008 and 9, the Islamic finance industry was managing funds reaching about 800 billion to 1 trillion during the global financial crisis. And 2019 and 20 pandemic, the funds value under Islamic finance management increased by almost 150% during COVID-19. And we expect, and our concern or expectation is how can the Islamic finance industry can reach 20 trillion mark. If you look at Islamic finance industry in global framework is less than 1% of the total financial asset. So there is a recent report published by the Global Islamic Economy. And if you can see that Islamic finance out of the global halal ecosystem is the majority, almost $3.7 trillion. Then we have the halal food, cosmetics, modest, fashion, travel, media, recreation, and pharmaceutical. Now, these are the statistics that have been put forward by the Global Islamic Economy Report 2022, and you see there are top 15 countries. Number 1 is Malaysia, and number 15 is Pakistan, and they are into different ranking in different types of the industry: Islamic finance, halal food, Muslim-friendly travel, modest fashion, pharmaceuticals and cosmetics, and media and recreation.
Now, there are 35 third signals of the opportunity that has been identified in this report. Now, food security focus, convenient and nutritional meal, Indonesia Islamic finance, Islamic social finance, Saudi Arabia leisure tourism, tech investment, incubator program, modest OF for specialized professions, nearshore production, Can you hear me? There is echo coming in from another session. Okay, the echo
Yes,
stopped.
Professor, we can hear you. Yes.
Okay. Demand in East Asian GCC, local ownership production, gaming industry, investment, NFTs for digital art. So these are the investment in Islamic economy. In the margin acquisition venture capital is growing. You can see there are different breakdown. Again, UAE, Indonesia, Malaysia are the top 3 countries. As I said before, Islamic finance dominates. The whole industry is 1,553, 174 billion value of Islamic finance, 630 billion of outstanding sukuk. And of course, Islamic finance or Islamic banking is the largest component of it. Now, this is something I want to share. We debate what is Islamic economics, and this is also I want to refer it to Salman Saeed Ali of Islamic Development Bank. There are 7 the strand of thinking is going on. What is Islamic economics and finance? The first one, we said that we add Islamic elements within the conventional system. The second one, we should work on the institutional change because Islamic system calls for different institutions. Number 3, work on social finance instead of commercial finance. The previous session talked about eloquently on the social finance impact for the maqasid of Sharia. Number 4, work on environmental issues, circular economy, because this is closer to Islamic finance. Number 5, work on Islamic moral economy at the philosophical level. Number 6, create new paradigm by rejecting conventional, build on different mindset. So this is what is proposed by Professor Asad Zaman from Pakistan. Now the question is, we need to focus on the ways to address social and economic challenges using Islamic principles. Now, how can you do that? What is the problems in conventional system? We already know this: unemployment, poverty, inequality. There is debt burden. There is instability. There is social effect. And the design principle Islamic finance, not money for money, no riba, diversity of products and financial inclusion, multiplicity of channels. So Islamic finance has different sectors: private sector, public sector, voluntary sector, and we need to combine all 3. Very often we like to say that we need to combine Islamic commercial finance with Islamic social finance to have the maqasid of Sharia. So ways to develop this Islamic economics and finance, we really need to address a real problem, attempt to solve by creating Islamic framework, use the available techniques that we have, and devise new techniques and apply, test, refine the solution. And this is the way, a practical solution of using Islamic finance. The question comes in, what is Islamic finance? Of course, is rooted in divine law. It is economic justice for all humanity, circulation of wealth, interest concentrates wealth, commoditization, that's the financialization talk about, backed by real assets for real growth, risk sharing, do not transfer risk to the borrower. Now, because of this thing, there is a difference between lending a debt-based economy and investing in ethical equity-based economy. In a debt-based economy, win-lose framework or zero-sum game, but in an Islamic economy, equity-based is a win-win framework. There's a lot of debt created in debt-based economy. We create real asset in Islamic economy. Risk is transferred in debt-based economy. Risk is shared in Islamic economy. Now, there is unfair profit and losses in a debt-based economy. We set the just and fair profit and losses in equity-based economy. Rich gets richer, poor gets poorer, income inequality, but justice and equity in Islamic finance. Now, there are some misconceptions hovering around about Islamic finance. As people become more curious about Islamic finance, it is important that the right information is being circulated about this sector. This includes clearing any misconceptions so that the industry can be fairly understood and therefore appreciated by both Muslim and non-Muslims alike. So there are 6 misconceptions exclusively for Muslims. Second, Islamic and conventional finance are the same. Third, spreading Islam through the Islamic finance. Fourth, Islamic finance funds terrorism. Fifth, supported by petroleum industry. Sixth, Islamic finance focuses on charitable activities. So if we just delve a little more deeper into this thing, when you say exclusively for Muslim, although the products and services are structured to meet the specific needs and requirements for Muslim, there are no restrictions at all for non-Muslims to partake in Islamic finance activities. The value and ethical principles that underpin Islamic finance are largely universal and therefore beneficial for all of humanity. Number 2, Islamic and conventional finance are the same. Both offer similar product categories and price quite closely, so the Islamic banks can stay competitive compared to conventional banks. Islamic financial contracts are based on contracts of sale, leasing, and partnership to emphasize the principles of fairness and transparency. And Islamic banks cannot partake in industries that are deemed unethical, such as weaponry, tobacco, gambling, adult entertainment sectors, whereas conventional finance does not place such restrictions. Number 3, spreading Islam. Islamic finance exists to fill a gap in the market as the mainstream conventional finance is not compatible with Islamic belief system. Islamic finance seeks to be the alternative option and compete side by side with conventional finance. Number 4, Islamic finance funds terrorism. Islam does not condone the use of Islamic banks and financial institutions as a tool to fund terrorism or violence. It is against the values and principles of Islam to participate in or support in any way acts of violence or terrorism. Number 5, it is supported by the petroleum industry. Yes, the petrodollars from the oil and gas industry in the 1970s was one of the factors that supported the establishment and growth of Islamic banks in the early days. Over the last few years, not just Islamic banks have sprung up, but also regulatory standard-setting bodies and other ancillary organizations, which together create an ecosystem for the Islamic finance industry to thrive. Number 6, Islamic finance focuses on charitable activities. It is myopic to limit Islamic finance only for charitable activities such as sadaqah and zakat. Islamic financial institutions are profit-driven entities whose aim is to facilitate tangible and productive activities for mutual benefit. This also ensures that they remain sustainable to serve the demands and needs of the market. However, the objectives of an alternative financial system that Islamic finance wants to be, it was initially launched to avoid interest-bearing system, to promote equity-based financing, to share profit and loss among various stakeholders, to avoid a priori fixed return so that business return can be attached to risk, to place productivity at the center of financing. But we made the choice. In the recent scholars, Sharia permissibility rests upon procedures, not outcomes. This procedure compliance largely explains why Islamic banking was stuck in form, ignoring substance, versus the idealist who started this movement. Sharia was revealed by God to protect some key objectives called objectives of Sharia, hence looking for process compliance such that negate those underlying objectives is uncalled for by Sharia, and consequently the practitioners, because Islamic banking has to compete with conventional one in a mixed system, it is necessary for Islamic banks to have efficient and attractive products, as Islamic banks would fail as most of the bank customers look for procedural equivalence. So now as a result, what happened? The industry has become 80% Murabaha banking and 20% partnership banking. Our goal should be move away from this framework and to go to more partnership type, Mudaraba, Musharaka type of financing. So make it 80% and Murabaha financing, make it 20%. Now Islamic finance is a value-based alternative. We have to really brand Islamic finance as beneficial to people of all faiths and beliefs, not confined to the Muslim community only. So there has to be global awareness to increase the size of the pie. So Islamic finance and takaful or economy is Muslims only. We have to increase it and make it and brand it Islamic finance and takaful for all people of all faiths and beliefs for all time. So there are 4 different challenges that we face in Islamic finance. We have, of course, the communication gap, misconception, misunderstanding, and misplaced notions of Islamic finance must be removed through awareness and advocacy program, and education plays a role there. Trust gap, social business impact investing should be emphasized to remove tension among the stakeholders of the Islamic finance industry. Number 3, innovation gap. Balance between macro and micro makassid should be maintained, the so-called form versus substance through financial engineering. And finally, the talent gap, a new brand of scholars who are well-versed in Islamic jurisprudence and secular financing techniques and mechanism must be nurtured. And this is where Minhaj and other universities can play a critical role. And finally, the conclusion, Islamic finance is gaining prominence in financial discipline as a sector that is based on values and ethics that guides its financing activities. The support for Islamic finance is far and wide, including the general Muslim populace, governments, and financial authorities. Apart from being commercial, Islamic finance also needs to innovate and cater to new market segments, such as to peer-to-peer financing. And finally, Islamic finance for all people of all faiths and beliefs. And thank you very much. I want to acknowledge the writings and presentation of many scholars and authors over the years, from which I have benefited immensely and whose ideas are mingled with mine in this presentation. Thank you very much for listening to me. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Now I would like to request Dr. Naseem Shah Shirazi to throw light on the financial performance of Islamic and conventional banks in Qatar, a comparative analysis. Over to you, sir.
टेबल नजर नहीं आएंगे So 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present the paper. This is with my student. She is 𝗠𝗵𝗵. She is a master's student. So this is a part of her thesis, basically. So I'm going to present this one. And giving me this privilege because of this Minhaj University. I was here in the first conference, but later on, due to the corona, so we couldn't participate in these conferences. Okay, coming to the topic, a comparative analysis of the financial performance of Islamic and conventional banks in Qatar. Okay. This will be the agenda: introduction, literature review, data collection, methodology, results, and conclusions. So I'm told that I have to finish within 10 to 12 minutes. So that's why I'll be, inshallah, within my time. This introductory slides gives the, as you know, the role of the banks in the growth of the economies. And basically the banks play a crucial role in pooling the funds and facilitating investments. So that is financial intermediaries. But all this is possible, and that depends on the health of the banks themselves. How much they are strong, how much they are stable, how much they are efficient. So all that depends on the health of the banking system itself. The important and the importance of the banking system from the perspective of different stakeholders it also matters. For example, depositors may be looking the banks, which bank give or offers better services, where to put your savings. Similarly, this also matters for the owners, shareholders of the banks, because their primary objective is to earn profit, and also for the administrations to see their weak areas and their strong areas. So accordingly, they can develop the strategy how to improve their weak areas. So we made a simple exercise using the Camel model and selecting the banks operating in Qatar. And that's why this exercise is restricted only to the Qatar. I'll not go through the slides for the literature review because of the limited time, but there are a number of studies have been conducted in the past studying different aspects of the banks, efficiency, where the health of the banks, how much they're strong, where weak areas, performance of the banks. So the different studies using different tools. The Camel model is also used globally, and there are many studies available using the Camel models to analyze the performance of the banks. So there are number of other studies in the perspective of GCC, where Qatar is one of the entity in the GCC, but those studies cover a limited time period and few Qatari banks. So therefore, we decided to have the same type of exercise, taking the latest available data and including all the banks operating in Qatar. I'm skipping a number of slides, so to be limited to the time, right? Okay. So basically, we were trying to answer questions that is making a comparison, first to analyze the performance of the banks, and then to make a comparison between Islamic banks and the traditional banks. There are 18 banks which are operating in the country. 4 banks are Islamic banks. 4 others are conventional Qatari banks. And the remaining banks are international banks with their branches operating in Qatar. So instead of selecting a sample out of these countries. So what we did, we tried to include all the banks in our exercise. But when we searched the data, we only found 14 banks where we can get a complete data set. For other 4 banks, we were unable to get a complete data set. So therefore, we restricted our study for only 14 banks. We collected data from the annual reports of the respective banks and the Thomson Reuters data. We use the 𝗂𝐵IL models. As I told that this has been widely used. And this 𝗂𝐵IL models has 6 components. And one of the component is capital adequacy, and how it is calculated you can see in the slides. Then there is asset quality. Then there is management quality. And again, you see how we estimated or did the exercise. So then there is earning quality, that is return on assets and return on equity, then liquidity, and then sensitivity. So these are 6 components, and we estimated or made the exercise based on these components for 4 Islamic banks and the rest of the conventional banks. We calculated the ratio of these 6 components, and then each indicator or component is ranked from 1 to 5, and then all the components are added together, and then we obtain the rank for the performance of the banks. Now, coming to these components, so the capital adequacies, so what we did, so we took the equity capital divided by total assets, then asset quality, non-performing loans divided by total loans. So all these, so that is given in the paper. So in order to save the time, I don't want to go into detail of these things. But somehow how we put these ranks, 1, 2, 3, up to 5. So instead of, because these are subjectives, instead of giving our own ratios, so what we did, so already established or subjective, these are the ratios. So we took the same ratios, and accordingly we replicated this one, did this exercise for the banks operating in Qatar. So capital adequacy, so if the ratio is, or the percentage is greater than 11, so we are giving is rank 1, and if it is 8 to 11, so rank 2, 4 to 8%, so rank 3, 1 to 4%, 4, and if it is less than 1%, so 5. So similarly, asset quality, if it is less than 1.5, so it's rank 1, 1 to 5, 1.5 to 3.5, so that will be given 2, and 3.5 to 7 is a rank 3, and so on. So similarly, management quality, total administrative expenditures divided by total earnings. So if it is less than 25%, 1/4, that is, so that is rank 1, and if it is more than 30 in the range of 30 to 26, rank 2, and so on. So this is how we give the rank to these ratios. Then we added up and then took the average, and at the last, if the rating is from 1 to 1.4, so it gets 1, rank 1. So what it shows, so that is a strong. If rank is 1, banks gets a rank 1, so it's a strong bank. What it means, the bank is good in every aspect. So from the perspective of 6 components. Now, if it is between 1.6 to 2.4, So rank 2, that is satisfactory. So bank is primarily good, but has several identified weaknesses. Similarly, rank 3, so 2.5 to 3.4, bank is fair with some categories to be watched. And bank has financial, operational, or compliance weaknesses. So these, and to be watched, they provide a reason for supervisory concerns. And if it is between 3.5 to 4.4, so it gets rank 4, and that means marginal with some risk of failure. So this means bank has serious financial weaknesses and can damage its risk of failure, future capability. Sorry. To ensure normal growth and developments, and then if it is in between 4.5 to 5, so that is unsatisfactory. And that means bank has critical financial weaknesses that indicate the degree of failure probability, and failure to be extremely high shortly. So we have the detail all available in the papers. Okay. So this table provides the detailed results. But for each individual bank, so we have all the categories separately discussed. Now, adding up all, so at the last column, you can see the ranking of the banks. But from the perspective of each individual ranking based on each factor, so you can see the first one, capital adequacy, all banks gets the rank 1. So from that perspective, banks are strong. Then asset quality. So you can see that the 4 is Islamic bank. So number 1, 2, 3, 4. At the top, these are the Islamic banks. So you see that they are getting rank either 1 or 2. Sorry. In all other banks, they are getting other than 1 and 2. And similarly, if you go to the management quality, Islamic banks get 1, 1, 1, that is a rank 1, compared to other banks which are getting different ranks. And go to the last column. I'm sorry. ये होता है बुढ़ापे का असर. Okay. So last column, now you look at this column, which is the aggregate column, aggregated all the variables, that is these indicators. So Islamic banks are, the number 1 is getting rank 2, the next one is getting rank 1, other 2 banks are also getting rank 2. And another bank, which is the Qatar National Bank, is also getting rank 2. So it means all of the 4 Islamic banks are performing better compared to all other banks, which is conventional banks operating in Qatar. The important point, if you go through all the indicators, the liquidity is the problem for all the banks. So all the banks are getting 5. So it means this is a very weak area in the banking structure of the Qatari banks. So all banks are relatively performing well, but they have some weaknesses in certain area. But Islamic banks are performing well as compared to all other banks. So thank you for giving me this chance.
That was really an insightful presentation, sir. Now, Ms. Ismat Kazmi will enrich the audience with a presentation on the topic Islamic banking, role of customers' perception and awareness to make it competitive with the conventional banking. She will join us virtually.
Conference 2023 organized by Minhaj University, Lahore, Pakistan. Today, I'm going to present on the barriers to the adoption of Islamic banking through a bibliometric analysis. So let's get started right away. So as you know that Islamic banking, it started in 1975, and today we have 520 Islamic banks operating in 72 different countries all around the world. And Islamic banking has there are three largest contributors to the
Assalamu alaikum everyone. My name is 𝗠𝗶H𝗵𝗷 𝗨𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗲𝗿, student of BS Islamic Economy and Banking from Kashmir Institute of Economics, University of Azad Jammu and Kashmir. Today I am going to discuss on Islamic banking, role of customers' perception and awareness to make it competitive with conventional banking. Layout of my presentation is introduction, objectives, review of literature, methodology, data, result and discussion, conclusion, and some recommendations. As we know that banking industry play important role in economic development. Banking activities are very important for healthy economy. We know that there are two banking systems currently working in Pakistan, namely Islamic banking system and conventional banking system. Objective of my study: to estimate the customer awareness toward Islamic banking, to estimate the effect of economic, socio-economic and demographic variable on customers' awareness regarding Islamic banking, to estimate the effect of religious activities of the individual on their awareness regarding the Islamic banking, to estimate the perception of respondents towards Islamic banking. So there are some literature about awareness and perception. We articulate different studies related to perception and awareness in Pakistan and foreign countries, but we would not find any study related to perception and awareness in Muzaffarabad. There are different studies, Asif et al., Khattak and Rahman, Farooq, Hassan, Rustam, Binjam, on perception and awareness, taking different variables like demographic, social factors, economic and religious factors. We use primary source for data collection through questionnaire. We construct questionnaire consists of 4 sections. The section A was about banking section, in which we explain use of bank, for what purpose do they use bank, what type of account they have, and is their family member working in bank, and how satisfied they are with their bank, or they heard about Islamic banking, and some key concept of Islamic banking in the bank related section. And the section B was about perception about the banks, in which we constructed different questions related to the services of Islamic banking and conventional banking. Section C was about awareness of Islamic banking, having different modes of Islamic banking, like Musharaka, Mudarba, Salam, Istisna, Karde Hasal, Scoop, Takaful. And section D was about personal characteristics like demographic and religious. In demographic, we have age group, marital status, gender, family type, highest education of the parents, education of the respondents, monthly income. And in religious factors, we have how they offer prayers regularly 5 times a day, sometimes weekly, or never. Have they performed Hajj? Have they performed Umrah? Have they studied the religious books or not? Have they recite the Holy Quran with translation? Have they paid zakat or not? Data and results. So what about data? Demographic information of the respondent. Most of our respondents are male and female. Male are more these are the results related to a different age group. Youngest age group, high majority and family type, nuclear joint family type have more percentage as compared to others. Educational qualification of respondents and parents of respondents. Education of respondents, mostly respondents are masters qualified, and mostly the parents of respondents also masters qualified. There are some economic variable like student, government employee, professional, business, farmer. So we found that mostly majority of the respondents are government employee and student. And then some results related to assets. Retail or bank related variable. So total of 267. 67% respondents use bank and 32% do not use bank, and they are highly satisfied with their bank, and some having percentage of either dissatisfied or dissatisfied. And next is religious information of the respondents. There are some religious information having percentages of how frequently do you offer prayer, do you observe fast in Ramadan, performs Umrah, Hajj by respondents or not, have you ever read Quran with translation, do you pay zakat, do you study religious books or not, have you heard of Islamic banking? So most of the respondents heard about the Islamic banking. The next question like that, the purpose of bank, why they use bank. Most of the respondents use for the transaction purposes, and majority of the respondents think that Islamic banking is just another name for conventional banking. So we have some results related to perception of customers about Islamic banking comparison with conventional banking. So these are the results having different questions. Islamic banking system was introduced because Muslims were prohibited from receiving interest. Majority of the respondents agree, and some respondents strongly disagree with this statement. Islamic banks operate Sharia compliance and strictly follow Sharia law, and relatively as these are the following results related to this, like the perception or in between. We constructed econometric model for measurement of we constructed econometric model for checking awareness regarding religious, perception, economic, socioeconomic, and demographic. And our result shows that those who live in joint family are more aware about the Islamic banking. Age group 18 to 30 are more aware about the Islamic banking, and those who have high income level are more aware about the Islamic banking, and those who adopted religious activity in their daily life are more aware about the Islamic banking, and those who are married are more aware. So, as concluding, income, religious activities, education, use of bank show positive effect on awareness. It is found that perception affected by awareness of general public. Most of the respondents still unaware about contact of Islamic banking. Advertisement of products, services of conventional banks are more than the Islamic banks. for the future successful introduction, adoption, and maintenance of Islamic banking in Muzaffarabad clearly depend strongly on the potential customers. Islamic banking in Muzaffarabad is more popular amongst young and educated people. Majority of the people in the Muzaffarabad have heard about Islamic banking before the time of this research. However, few of the people have absolutely no understanding of the concept of Islamic banking. I have some recommendations. Short-term education platform intended at increasing awareness of the population about Islamic banking, school and colleges, awareness by advertisement by call tune mosque. State Bank should start a brand ambassador program like financial literacy program by special app for Islamic banking awareness. The outcome of this study specified that the public of Muzaffarabad is agreeable to frequent Islamic banking. Hence, this research endorses that authorities need to develop applicable policies counting devoted conventions to support Islamic banking setups in Muzaffarabad. The suppliers of Islamic banking products need to re-examine their marketing tactics and explore inventive methods, including working with Sharia scholars to educate the public on the need to frequent Islamic banking products. To gain customer confidence, banks should improve all promotional measures. Adoption of high-quality promotional material may influence the usage rate of the customers. Rural women are less attracted to various Islamic banking services, so they should be appropriately encouraged to use such services. More awareness campaigns should be initiated, especially among rural men and women.
Moving, I would like to call Mr. 𝗍𝗵 𝗨𝗶𝗃𝗏 to deliver his paper on the intellectual capital and human capital in Islamic banking, a systematic literature review. Over to you, 𝗍𝗵.
Respected panelists and ladies and gentlemen of 6th World Islamic Economics and Finance Conference, I warmly welcome you all in my research paper presentation entitled Intellectual Capital and Human Capital in Islamic Banking through a Systematic Literature Review. So here we start. Here we can see the outline in front of you. First of all, the introduction of my research study and selection of research articles, that how research articles were selected and what kind of criteria was used to conduct this comprehensive systematic literature review. And the third phase of my research study is the review structure, intellectual capital and human capital, what authors are having opinions regarding intellectual capital and human capital in their various and distinguished studies. Here we go with the next one, intellectual capital and human capital measuring methods, consequences and determinants of intellectual capital and human capital. So on this point, it is very important a variable that should be widely explained in any systematic literature review. Basically, if anyone is conducting a systematic literature review, it is compulsory for the study to include this main segment. And then we will be moving toward the conclusion of my research study. So here we go, the introduction. First of all, I would like to disclose that how Islamic banking industry is being grown. As you can see in front of your eyes, Islamic banking industry assets have been reached 5,577 billion rupees by the end of 2021. At the end of December 2021, IBI deposits were recorded as 4,211 billion rupees, a growth of 389 billion rupees, 10% to, and a jump of more than 4 trillion rupees quarter under review. So this information, this disclosure is disclosed by the State Bank of Pakistan in Bulletin 2021. So the reason behind the data of 2021 is that the study was conducted in September 2022. So the latest data that was available from State Bank of Pakistan was the Bulletin 2021. So next, moving toward the next segment of the study, I see how intellectual capital is being defined by various authors. So some of the authors and studies explained intellectual capital as stating that as raw materials, turning raw materials into something more valuable would be called intellectual capital. They stated intellectual capital in these words. And most of the prominent studies were also focusing on, in the process of creating value, information, expertise, and intellectual property constitute intellectual capital. So this was the second main statement that is derived from this systematic literature review, that how the authors are focusing on intellectual capital. Moving toward the next one, many of the studies were also focusing on the competencies, expertise of the staff of the organization would be included and would be recorded as intellectual capital. So after the systematic literature review and reviewing the literature on Islamic banking industry and to focusing on the role of intellectual capital and human capital in Islamic banking, no systematic literature review was found. So this is the uniqueness and comprehensiveness of this study, that this is the first study that is elaborating and it's focused on systematic literature review on the role of intellectual capital and human capital in Islamic banking industry. So here we go, the selection of research articles, that how research articles were selected to conduct this comprehensive systematic literature review. First of all, two main databases, Scopus and Web of Sciences, were used to conduct this systematic literature review. The number of articles using Scopus database was 273, as in front of your eyes, and using a Web of Sciences database, the number was 113. And after screening, we can see the studies using Web of Sciences, the number was 93, and the number was 179 using Scopus database. So when we extract data from these two databases are good because they provide indexing to the valuable and well-known journals. So this was the basic reason to choose these two databases to select the articles and to conduct a systematic literature review. So here we go, studies after annual title screening, article title. Here it means from Web of Sciences the number was 20, and from using Scopus database the number was 34. Let me make it clear here why we need a title screening. Basically, when we extract data using Scopus database or Web of Sciences, there are a number of studies being repeated. So we need, also it is suggested for the researchers using these two databases are extracting data, it is suggested for them to do a manual title screening to make your study more comprehensive. Then moving toward, we also excluded in this study conference papers, book chapters, and only those articles were included, those having language English, and were in Scopus or Web of Sciences indexed journals. Then moving toward the next step, similar study were also excluded. The number of similar study excluded was 13. And after this exclusion, the final article included in the systematic literature review, the number was 23. So here we go with the review structure. Review structure is based on basically three phases. First one phase express that how authors are having the concepts regarding intellectual capital and human capital according to their valuable opinions which they have been described in their various studies. And the second one phase of review structure is how intellectual capital and human capital is being measured through different methods. And the third one and main segment of this study was determinants and consequences of intellectual capital and human capital. So here we go, how intellectual capital and human capital is being described according to different authors. Here, the measuring methods what kind of measuring methods were adopted in several studies to measure intellectual capital and human capital. So here we extracted, after the systematic literature review, three main methods were bank scope database of financial reports to measure intellectual capital and human capital. Second one was content analysis, and the third one was survey analysis to measure green IC. The green IC concept, I was really amazed to see this concept because only one study expressed about it. Here we see the consequences and determinants of intellectual capital and human capital in this study was also very well described. Impact of intellectual capital on different factors of Islamic or conventional banks. So here we can see the word conventional banks, I will elaborate. And factor that affect intellectual capital and human capital itself. Here we go with the conclusion of our study. Most of the studies are focusing on how Islamic banks could improve their performance through intellectual capital and human capital, and most of the studies used the models and methodologies that are perceived from conventional side, and models were quite similar to the studies being used in conventional to conduct from conventional banking side. So the second one main point in conclusion was that the staff in Islamic banks and employees of Islamic banks should be trained to enhance their knowledge so that they can play a really wider role in the development of Islamic banks and organization. Most of the studies use data from financial reports, and few were found using content analysis and survey method. And VAIC, value-added efficiency intellectual model, has been mostly used to measure intellectual capital and human capital, including IC's major components. In content analysis, ICDI model, the abbreviation is in front of you, has been used by the authors. And in survey method, IC and IC has been measuring using through a questionnaire method. Only one study was found for using this kind of methodology. At the end, OIC and Gulf countries are mainly focused, and some of the other countries were also as well focused, as in front of your eyes you can see. At the end, concluding to my talk with just 2 sentences, I would like to suggest for Islamic banks that they have to focus on their staff, how to train them. And because, as you people can see, the emergence of Islamic banking and finance system, and how in Pakistan, specifically in Pakistan, in this current decade, how banks are being converted to Islamic banking. So I would like to say it's a revolution in Islamic banking and finance industry, specifically in Pakistan. So these were my suggestions and conclusion. Here you can see. Thank you so very much to listen me carefully.
Participants, it's a request, kindly make discipline in the marquee. Now Dr. Kaysar Ali will present the paper virtually on the barriers to the adoption of Islamic banking, a bibliometric analysis. Dr. Kaysar.
Of Islamic banking through a bibliometric analysis. So let's get started right away. So as you know that Islamic banking, it started in 1975, and today we have 520 Islamic banks operating in 72 different countries all around the world. And Islamic banking has there are three largest contributors to the assets of Islamic banking, to Islamic banking assets. These contributors are Islamic banking, Islamic capital market, and takaful. And Islamic banking is the largest contributor, which is 68.78% to the assets, to the global Islamic financial assets. And the lucrative business opportunities created by Islamic banking business and consolidating legal and regulatory infrastructure and increasing customer base, it motivated conventional banking giants such as Citibank, HSBC to open Islamic business operation, which indicates that the adoption of Islamic banking services is improving. However, the recent statistics of Islamic banking indicate uneven growth, which lead us to infer that there is a need to investigate whether the consumers they have fully adopted Islamic banking services and what are the barriers to the adoption of Islamic banking services. And here is our research significance, why we need to investigate the barriers to the adoption of Islamic banking services, because the adoption of Islamic banking services and product, it is essential to improve the market share of Islamic banking assets, which motivated the academicians and practitioners to explore the barriers and drivers to the adoption of Islamic banking services. And this research has remained a major research trend since last 2 decades. And the extant literature, it continued to focus on exploring the drivers to the adoption of Islamic banking, and the research on the barriers to the adoption of Islamic banking services is still underdeveloped. And even the studies on the barriers to the adoption of Islamic banking services, it has identified few factors which are known as personal, institutional, and regulatory factors. And here are our research objectives. Our first research objective is to understand the research trends covered under the theme of barriers to the adoption of Islamic banking services. The second one is to investigate the different drivers discussed in the extant literature about the adoption of Islamic banking services. And the third one will be to identify the way forward and guide future researchers to delineate the strategies to overcome the barriers to the adoption of Islamic banking services. So this is our methodological overview. So we use systematic literature mapping. And this technique is to achieve the objective, we use bibliometric analysis using, sorry, just one second. We use systematic mapping study to perform our bibliometric analysis, and our main data, the data will be retrieved from Scopus database. Scopus database is a well-established database, so well-established, and the journals index in Scopus database, they follow rigorous indexing process, so which means that our data sources are reliable. And the use of bibliometric analysis, it has started to gain traction recently because we can see a lot of studies in the literature on marketing and halal products. They started using bibliometric analysis. So this is the process. This is our research process we use for our bibliometric search. We use 5-step process. First, we did our research, database research from Scopus. We use keywords Islamic banking adoption barriers, and we found 185 articles. Our second step was the scholarly filtration, which excluded 12 articles because we did not consider the book chapters. We only will consider journal articles and conference proceedings. And then our third is language filtration. We applied language filtration option while we did our search from Scopus, which excluded another 5 articles. Our fourth stage was the subject filtration, which excluded 36 articles, and we were left with 132 articles. These articles were processed into Microsoft Excel, and we use WIEFC as well to form our themes and research clusters. So here is the overview. You can see here we use descriptive analysis, and we use WIEFC So in descriptive analysis, we will explore the publication trend, publication outlets, and the performance of publication and the leading authors, the countries contributed most to this, our research theme, and what are the institutions which contributed to this research theme. So here are our findings. Our first finding was on the number of publication. As you can see in the diagram at your right-hand side of the slide, the most number of publication appeared in 2022, which was 12% higher than year 2021. So this finding indicate that there is a gradual increase in the publication on the research on the barriers to the adoption of Islamic banking services. Our second finding was on the publication outlet. As you can see in this table, the Journal of Islamic Marketing, it published most number of articles, followed by Journal of Islamic Accounting and Business Research, and the third highest publication outlet was International Journal of Islamic and Middle Eastern Finance and Management. And our third finding here is on the publication performance. So to analyze that, we analyzed the number of citations received by each article. So in this diagram, you can see here the most number of citations, like the citations are gradually increasing over the years, and the article entitled An Examination of the Relationship Between Service Quality Perception and Customer Satisfaction Through an SME Approach Towards Malaysian Islamic Banking received the most number of citations, followed by the article entitled An Empirical Survey of Individual Consumer Business, Firm and Financial Institution Attitude Towards Islamic Methods of Finance. And our fourth finding is on the institution, which contributed most to the author's affiliation, which contributed most to our research team. We notice here that Malaysian and Indonesian universities, they have contributed most to our research team. And our fifth finding is on the mutual collaboration. As you can see here, Jamshedi, Hussain, Easy, Nekambe, Suhartano, Dean, these authors, these scholars collaborated in most articles to do research on the theme of barriers to the adoption of Islamic banking services. Our sixth finding is on the countries which research the authors, the countries which contributed most to our research team. So altogether, we found that 44 different countries, they are all members of OECD. They contributed to the research on our research team. However, we noticed that most number.
Lastly, Mr. Ataul Mustafa will present his paper on Islamic bonds, that is Sukuk, a safe haven for investors, truth or myth.
Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you are all doing well. And my article is Islamic bonds Sukuk, a safe haven for investor, truth or myth. So let's go with the introduction first. Introduction. So what is Sukuk? Well, according to the IOFI, Sukuk is defined as certificate of equal value representing undivided shares in ownership of tangible assets, user products and services, or the assets of particular projects. So unlike any conventional bonds where the money is just created out of thin air without any real back, physical, tangible assets, Sukuk is different. Sukuk possesses some physical assets behind it. So when it comes to investor, the core objective of the investor is to always seek profit without getting margin call on their trading account. And usually throughout the history, the investors use several different methods. The first one is diversification method, where instead of investing all your money in one account or in one indices, you try to invest in several different indices. However, according to Krishnamurthy, 2008 article, whether you invest in one indices or whether you invest in several different indices, you will tend to get lost during recession period, because in recession, all of the indices usually tend to decrease in prices. Similarly, there is also a famous quote from Warren Buffett that diversification is just the justification for ignorance, and it makes no sense for the one who knows what he is doing. Secondly, after diversification, there come two items. First is gold, and the second one is Bitcoin, which is used as a safe haven characteristic possessing. Similarly, in the case of the Bitcoin, which was once traded at around $67,000 per Bitcoin, now trades at around only $15,000 to $22,000 per Bitcoin. So usually in these two things, there is a lot of decrease, a dramatic decrease in their value. So if we talk about Skook, whether they possess the safe haven property or not, well, in the many researches, they use several different instruments to check that. The most common one is called decoupling behavior, and they check it by using DCC Gauge model by some amendments, like using autoregressive distributive lag models, Granger causality test, and different types of Gauge model from the Arch family. Well, I just skipped the literature review due to the shortage of the time. So let's go to the model. Well, in this study, we use the time frame from August 2016 to June 2022, and the data is from Thomson Reuters Econ, and the data is daily basis. Well, we divide the data into two parts. Firstly, the data containing all the available time period, and secondly, the data for COVID era. So I want to know actually how it performs in the normal period and how it performs in the COVID era. So these are the variables which we use in our study. The first one is WPI, which is World Conventional Price Index. The second one is World Islamic Stock Price Index, and the Bloom, which is also used for checking bonds market, conventional bond market, and all the other variables like Kini, PP, KIPI. These are the Skook indices used by Islamic countries. Well, these are the results if we use the data for all the available time period. Firstly, as we know, before applying Gauge, we need to know whether our data possesses arch effect or not. And so for checking that, I applied all LM test, and the result is statistically significant with p-value of less than 0.05%. So there is an arch effect in the model, so we are safe to apply Gauge effect. If we look at the result of the Gauge regression result, we could see that WPI, which is the World Conventional Stock Price Index, is linked with World Islamic Stock Price Index by coefficient of 1.355 with a significant p-value. So it means there exists a relationship between stock market, Islamic Skook market, and conventional stock market. So if there is a recession in one market, there tend to have a recession in another market as well. So they usually both coincides with each other. Secondly, in the case of the COVID era, again, firstly we applied arch effect with a statistically significant p-value, and according to the Gauge result here, in the time of the COVID era, the coefficient results exist, but the coefficient is lesser than the normal time period with value of 0.35 with significant p-value. So again, if we conclude my article, I actually want to answer the question whether an investor should invest in Skook with a mindset of that it is a safe haven for investor and is usually like to get a profit without getting margin call on their accounts. Well, according to the result, the answer is unfortunately no, because it usually tend to coincide with the conventional bond indices, and when any index coincides or react same with any other conventional bond indices, and when there is recession in one market, there will be recession in another market. So investors, before whether want to apply or want to invest in Skook market, he should do his research and not fall for safe haven trap. Thank you.
Thank you, Ta, for your presentation. Now, to conclude the session, I would like to invite Dr. 𝗠𝗶H to endow us with his findings. Sir, it's because of the paucity of time, it's a request to kindly wrap up in 5 minutes. Make it possible for us. Okay.
Basically, there are good papers, and without doing any appreciation to any institution, and first of all, the paper which is presented by Sir, I have no words to explain any type of discrepancies or limitation in that paper because the paper is too good, but there is a need to add some time period from the COVID-19 pandemic, and if there is a global financial crisis period, so we have to adjust that effect, then we can make a good result for the analysis. On the other side, the data limitations is there. So for that reason, we can use the stock market indices, which are more, you can say that available in frequency. You can collect the data on daily basis from stock market on the return series, or you can say that the stock series of the banks. So it might be a useful thing. The third one is to expand the data by basically these are the result on only Qatar, but we can increase the number of bank. If we include the bank from other countries, that it might be possible the results are a little bit different. So on the next paper, which is presented by Ismat Kazmi, the comparison of consumer perception and awareness, there are spheres, you can say that the questions on that paper on the basis of questionnaires and the collection of the sample area is not defined, the selection of the sample size is not defined, how you are going to collect 100 questionnaire, from where you are collecting, we have no idea. So there are some sphere questions. So there is another thing which I have to explain for you guys, because I am PhD in econometrics, and there is a distinction between continuous and discrete variable. When you are collecting data through questionnaire, you have to use medians rather than the means, because you are writing that 68.16% males. What it means by that? So it must be 68 or 69. So these are the discrete variables. So we have to use medians when we are using survey data. So there is another need of econometric methodology, because we are checking the religious activities and the impacts Muslims and Christians. So there is a need to apply some sophisticated technique to identify the trends of Islamic banking towards the religious people. So the third one is presented by Ahmed Jafar. So the paper is based on systematic literature, I hope so, yes. So he used from Scopus and Web of Science, and he's saying that these are the two good, you can say that the platforms of journals. So that is good, they are very good, but there is so much, you can say that the journals which are registered in Web of Sciences and Scopus, they are not good in their repute, even though they are publishing by getting some money. So it is better to use Valley, Taylor and Francis, Elsevier and other platforms, Science Direct, where the quality papers are produced. So on the other thing, there must be some discussion on the impact of Islamic and conventional banking due to COVID-19, because it affects very badly. I have written so many papers on COVID-19, on Islamic and conventional banking. I have found some result that Islamic banking is not good in pandemic as compared to conventional banking. There are so many reasons behind that. So the other thing is that the alternative ways you can use some open-ended questionnaires, content analysis rather than the systematic analysis, and you can interview the experts of Islamic banking. that could be some better things. Okay, from fourth one, which is presented by 𝐃𝐞𝐯. So Islamic banking is growing, and many studies shows that Islamic banking is not growing so fastly as compared to the previous year due to pandemic and some other unusual events. As you know that there is a political instability all over the world, and the countries are not doing best. The growths are going downward. So this is the way we have to check the data with their availability. There is no need to exclude that data which creating some problem for your analysis. You have to put it. You have to try to gauge out some better thing rather than the sophisticated mean, medians and some numbers on the coefficients. So the barriers in Islamic banking, according to my belief, can be reduced only by innovations. If you are going to create some innovation in Islamic finance, then you can eliminate that barriers. Otherwise, you cannot eliminate them, because the conventional banking is growing very fastly and they are introducing new and new innovations in their banking system. That is why it is more easier than the Islamic banking for the people. On the sample side, he's saying that the period is 2009. There is no mention that what is the last period of his sample. Okay, from last one, 𝗏𝗏 𝗨𝗵𝐵. There are some, you can say that the very serious question on that methodology, because I am working from the last 10 years. I have written PhD thesis on arch-gauge time modeling. There are so many things. So I will give you some suggestions, inshallah, on the validity of that model. But the thing is very good. Only one thing which I'm going to say you, there is need to check the spillover rather than you are putting all the variables in one equation. I don't know where you are putting them, because there are two equations. The gauge model is producing two equations simultaneously. It is a simultaneous modeling where there is a mean equation and there is a variance equation. If you are putting your variables in variance equation, so it's all garbage. If you are putting them into the mean equation, then it can produce some results. So there must be some type of clarification for this one. I think there is enough from my side.
Now, I would like to request Dr. Mohammad Kashif Durrani from the School of Business and Management Science and Mr. Muzammil Naseem, Deputy Director, Directorate of Human Resources, to kindly come in front of the stage and distribute the shields to the presenters. Firstly, Dr. Ghulam Ghaus will receive his shield. Then, Dr. Naseem Shah Shirazi. Sir, kindly receive your shield. Mr. Ahmad Jafar. Next, Mr. Ahmad Jafar. And lastly, Mr. Ataul Mustafa will receive his shield. All the presenters are requested to stay at the front of the stage for a group photo. I would like to thank all our presenters and the audience. Please do come tomorrow as well for the second day of this international conference that will